Please be seated. Good evening, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to remind members that these proceedings are being recorded. Can we take the notice convening the meeting as read? The next item is the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 18th of September 2019. After consideration of the minutes, I would like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to the Council on the climate crisis, which was a subject of one of the resolutions referred to in the minutes. Before I do that, can we agree the minutes of the meeting on the 18th of September? Thank you. Deputy Leader, would you like me? Sorry.
Apologies, Deputy Mayor. Just regarding page 15, which covers the adjournment to the last meeting, I wanted to query the Leader and the Cabinet whether they intended to adjourn this meeting, and if so, can they advise the Council when that adjournment would be to? Thank you.
I've been advised, Council, at this moment the only item under consideration is the right item that we're dealing with. So, back to the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Mr Deputy Mayor, I'd like to update members on the progress that is being made and the work which is underway related to our carbon reduction work. As members know, the Council's current carbon reduction plan runs to December 2020. In recent months, a lot of work has gone into reviewing all existing plans and data to ensure we will be able to measure the impact of our collective work going forward. As a Council, we've drawn up an outline action plan with 7 strategic themes as an initial focus of our work. These are working towards zero carbon for new homes and buildings, improving energy efficiency of existing homes and buildings, developing low carbon transport modes, for example walking, cycling, rail, metro, as well as electric and innovative technologies for buses and private vehicles, developing local authority-led renewable energy generation and storage, as well as renewable and district heating schemes, growing the city's green economy and engaging with businesses to work towards environmental sustainability, developing an overarching offset approach, including community and employee engagement, and developing operational practices which support carbon initiatives. Against each of these themes, we've identified existing achievements, current activity, and activity included as part of the delivery of the city plan, included within individual service areas. We've also started to identify a range of potential areas which could be brought forward in the coming weeks. Mr Deputy Mayor, I would like to update Council on a slight change in our approach. Previously, it was my intention to exclusively focus this work on the City Council as an organisation in its own right. After all, that is all that's in the gift of this Council to alter. And while I was proposing to capture that work in an updated carbon plan for the City to be adopted next year, however, this issue is bigger than just the City Council, and after all, the City Council are only responsible for a very small proportion of the carbon output of the City. Therefore, we have altered our course in recent weeks and have widened the scope of the work to take in as much of the City as possible. To oversee this work, we have, under the umbrella of the Sunderland Partnership, set up a Shadow 2030 board. The board will bring together partner organisations alongside the Council, recognising the key role we can play from a community leadership perspective, as well as capturing the good practice which is already underway in different parts of the city. A productive first scoping meeting was held last week. I will shortly begin a conversation with other groups across this chamber to see if we can achieve cross-party representation on the 2030 board, as I'm keen to work together to shape our approach and ensure we maximise the impact of our actions. It will be the role of the 2030 board to bring together all of the individual work partner organisations and the Council are doing to tackle this issue in a one city plan. The Council's action plan will form a key part of the overarching carbon city plan. Internally within the Council, an Officer 2030 task group has been set up, building on the work of previous low carbon group that will drive this work internally. Mr Deputy Mayor, I'm pleased to update members that we have a wide range of activities already underway. Examples of this include full rollout of LED street lights across the city, which will be complete by March 2020, saving approximately £2.5 million and 7,500 tonnes of carbon dioxide annually. energy efficiency improvements to the council's data centre, which are scheduled to make savings of £150,000 and reduce carbon emissions by 300 tonnes per year. A solar PV and battery storage is being installed in a number of council buildings. Ultra-low electric vehicles and electric bikes have been purchased, and studies are underway to consider further rollout of electric vehicle fleet within the council. We opened the first Fastned EV charging station in April this year, and delivery has begun this month of a European Regional Development Fund project which will provide energy efficiency audits and grant assistance to small and medium-sized businesses across the city. Having taken the time to develop the draft strategic priorities and outline action plan covered earlier, together with the proposed governance model, the next step will be to draw together a baseline data with partners across the city and then commission a new city carbon reduction plan. As I said earlier, Mr Deputy Mayor, I am absolutely convinced that the Council alone nor any other organisation working in isolation can tackle this issue alone. I'm sure that by combining our efforts and resources we will achieve our aims more efficiently and more quickly, working together under the umbrella of the partnership. We will also be establishing a low carbon team within the Council to ensure that this work is embedded strategically in our city's development and that we have a series of clear delivery programmes, and the funding for this team is currently working its way through the budget setting process. In the coming weeks, a series of meetings will also be held to draw together a communication and engagement strategy so that we can begin a conversation with the residents of Sunderland, as I am keen to ensure that they have a way of engaging with these ambitious plans. Mr Deputy Mayor, I will continue to update members regularly and can confirm that these reports to Council will be a mix of verbal updates such as this and, where appropriate, written reports from the 2030 board that will also be referred to scrutiny so that the widest possible number of elected members will have the opportunity to feed in and comment on the emergent plans. I look forward to working together on this important priority for us all. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Modi. Can we note the update from the Deputy Leader? Thank you. Members have been asked to display their declarations of interest on the board at the entrance of the chamber, but I'd like to remind members that a general dispensation has been issued to members in relation to item 3 of the Cabinet report concerning the members' allowance scheme. So, of course, there is no need for members to make a separate declaration on this item. Do any members have further declarations? Sorry, Councillor Hesson.
Yes, I'm a director of Gen 2, which is going to get discussed later on.
Any further members that I missed? No? Right, we're going to announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Not work. Not work, better like. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'd like to declare an interest in terms of the notice of motion relating to the court independent court days, and they're probably going to take place on that one. I'm a member of the court board on behalf of the local authority, so I shall not be taking that debate.
Announcements. It is with sadness I inform the Council of the recent death of former Councillor Mr Colin Wakefield. Colin was first elected in May 2007 until May 2011 for the Cocktail Ward, and was returned in May 2011 until May 2015 for a further term of office. During both periods of office, he led a group of independent councillors. During his time as councillor, Colin served on a number of committees, including the Coalfields Committee, Human Resources Committee, Standards Committee, Planning and Highways Committee, and Development Control, the Headland, Orton and Washington Subcommittee, the Corporate Parenting Board and the Homelessness Appeal Panel. Colin also served on the Sustainables Community and the Environment and Attractive City Scrutiny Committees, as well as the Environmental and Planning Review Committee. He also represented the Council on St Matthew's Community Centre Management Board at Newbottle. Can I ask members, will you, well, all of us, will you please join in sending condolences to family and friends of Colin Wiltshire, and I ask you all to stand in silence for a minute of silence in mark of respect. Please be seated. Deputy Leader, I understand you are on the board to present the Council.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm a former champion for the city and proud to present the Council's award for the Ministry of Defence. The Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Gold Award recognises Sunderland's long-standing advocacy and support for our armed forces community and our appreciation of their huge contribution to life here in Sunderland and across the region. This close relationship saw the Armed Forces Covenant signed in 2012, a written pledge of our commitment and support for the Armed Forces community working and residing in Sunderland. In 2017, we established the Sunderland Armed Forces Partnership, which has created a strong network of public sector organisations, including the University, the Hospital Trust, the CCG, Sunderland College, Gen 2, DWP, Police and the Fire and Rescue Service. The aim was to promote armed forces support best practice across the city, and the resultant aspiration is that all eligible partners will be at gold standard by 2021. Accordingly, the Council is striving hard to both promote and encourage participation in the scheme, with all partners now registered with the MOD. South Tyneside and Sunderland Foundation Trust were happy to share their best practice as the only gold award holders in the partnership, and I am delighted that this year they have been joined by both the City Council and Sunderland Clinical Commissioning Group, who also received their award this year. Our city is home not only to serving personnel, but also a large ex-service community of more than 20,000. We have as a council supported Sunderland Armed Forces Network to assist veterans, and more recently Veterans in Crisis, who are one of the mayoral charities this year. This award is testament to the hard work of the many individuals, groups and organisations across Sunderland who help us to support them. But I would like to pay a specific tribute to Jessica May, whose hard work over the many months has been the driving force behind the Council being recognised with this award. The Defence Employer Recognition Scheme Gold Award represents the highest badge of achievement for those that employ and support members of the armed forces, past, present and their families. I was honoured to accept this award on behalf of the Council, and I am now proud to present it to you, Mr Deputy Mayor, for safekeeping. It will help serve as a permanent reminder of how much we recognise and appreciate the massive contribution our serving personnel, regular or reserve, veterans, cadets, cadet adult volunteers and their families make to the nation and to the civilian employers. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader, and well done to everyone. That concludes the announcements. The next item is reception of petitions. Do any members have any petitions to present? Councillor Johnson, would you like to present your petition?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The petition is from residents on Voltage Terrace, part of the Cocktail Ward, who have petitioned Sunderland City Council to repair the groundwater leak that is on the footpath on their street. And I present that to Council tonight, signed by 22 residents from Voltage Terrace.
Leader, would you like to present your petition?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I present this petition tonight on behalf of the Fulwell Labour Group, who think the time has come to place cameras along Sea Road to monitor any antisocial behaviour and safety of residents and traders, and are raising the petition to present to Council to express their concerns regarding these matters. And 501 residents of the Fulwell area have signed the petition, Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we agree to refer these to the appropriate Chief Officer? Thank you. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Mr Deputy Mayor, we have received apologies from Councillors Farthing, Kelly, Rowntree, David Snowden, Diane Snowden, Spedding, G Walker, A Wilson, A Wood and Alderman Arnott.
Are there any more apologies?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Alex Scullion and Councillor Juliana Hearn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Apologies for Councillor Scaplehorn.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Shirley Ledbetter.
Councillor Heather Fagan.
Next item is questions from the public. I will now read out the questions that we've received and ask the person listed to respond. The first question is from Emma Neal, who's a resident of Sunderland, and she submitted the following question to be put to the Council. How can our Council afford to purchase the new Ivy Leaf Social Club in Hendon when we can't fund vital services? Councillor Morley will respond to that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Mr Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if the Emma Neal realises that the new Ivy Leaf Social Club doesn't exist. I think she's referring to the Ivy Leaf Social Club, Mr Mayor, and can confirm that the Council have not purchased that, nor have we purchased any other social club in the Hendon ward. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from John Goymer, who's a resident of Sunderland, and the question is, can the leader of the Council detail the organisations and projects within Sunderland city boundary which have directly benefit from EU funding programmes? Can he also outline the amounts of funding granted to these projects and or organisations? Councillor Miller will respond to this.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. The North East region has been a beneficiary of support from the EU regional or structural funds since the 1970s through a variety of mechanisms. Given the scale, time period and variety of the support given to the region, it is difficult to detail all of the schemes involved, but in summary, the following benefits have been delivered. Between 1989 and 1999, circa £1 billion in funding to a variety of public, private and non-profit organisations on a matched fund basis occurred. Based on the challenges that Sunderland faced during the 1980s and 90s, we estimate that at least 10% of the regional £1 billion allocation would have directly impacted the city through capital investment in sites and infrastructure and through revenue expenditure and employment, learning and skills provision. And to my Conservative colleagues over there, you may want to fact check all of this. Since 2000, Sunderland have been a major beneficiary of the circa £1.5 billion of EU structural funds allocated to the North East region during this period, resulting in thousands of new jobs and businesses being created and safeguarded in the city. The City Council alone has secured over £65 million in European funding in the last 15 years for a wide range of capital and revenue projects and programmes, some of which are highlighted as such. the Evolved Business Centre 2.4 million, Sunderland Aquatic Centre 3.6 million, the A19 Ultra Low Carbon Enterprise Zone 2.7 million, the Software Centre 4.4 million, and the Sunderland Software City Initiative 4.4 million, Washington Business Centre 3.4 million, the Vaux redevelopment, oh how that's gathering speed, 2.5 million. The Low Carbon Social Housing Demonstrator, 1.9 million. Connecting the Coalfields Programme, 7 million. Sunderland's Community-Led Local Development Programme, 3 million. Low carbon projects such as Going Ultra North East, 1.5 million. The Electric Vehicle Hub, 1.5 million. And the Sunderland Energy Storage and Efficiency Project, 1.7 million. This funding has involved direct investment in physical regeneration projects, new business workspaces, research and innovation projects, low carbon or renewable energy projects, and cultural and sporting facilities. Revenue activities are focused on enterprise startup and support programmes for businesses, workforce development projects, employment and skill initiatives targeting the long-term unemployed and the economically inactive, and community development projects. Other major recipients of EU funding in the city include the University of Sunderland, Sunderland College, the North East Business and Innovation Centre, RTC North, and the voluntary and community and social enterprise sector. And project examples in these areas include Internships and Enterprises, 3.2 million, the Hope Street Exchange, 2.2 million, Unlocking Digital Skills for the North East, 1.2 million, Scale Up North East, 2.5 million, Sustainable Advanced Manufacturing, 2.6 million, the North East Small and Medium Enterprise Innovation Programme, 1.7 million, the Wise Steps Programme, 7.2 million, and Moving On Tyne and Wear, 4.8 million, sub-regional employability programmes, and then sub-regional skills programmes such as Skill Support for the Workforce, 20 million, and Skill Support for Business, 4.9 million. Businesses and residents have benefited directly from the programmes and projects delivered by the main applicant organisations mentioned above, as well as regional projects delivered across the North East LEP area, and we're about to lose access to all that funding money going forward. Well done, the Tory party. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Now, move on to the next question. This is from David Newey, a resident of Sunderland, who has submitted the following question. Southwick Village Green is at the heart of the Southwick community and an asset to the city with much to celebrate in its heritage. It is visited by many people from across the area on a daily basis for shopping and recreation. Can the portfolio holder update the residents of Southwick on any ongoing or future plans for modernisation and regeneration of the village green, and on the next stages of the development of the Savoy Bingo Hall following the devastating fire in 2017? Councillor Atkinson, how you respond to this?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to thank David Newey for the question. At North Area Committee in September 2019, the Place Forward Work Plan for 2019-2020 was agreed, which includes proposals to deliver the Southwick Green Regeneration Plan. A full application will be presented at the December Area Committee, which will detail a proposed phase approach for Southwick Village Green improvements. The former Savoy Bingo Hall site remains in ownership following the clearance work and is subject to interest from the insurers, administrators and bank. We are aware that it is being marketed for sale and have offered any assistance we can provide for it to be brought forward for development. I'd also offer the residents and the councillors of Southwick a meeting with myself and Councillor Johnson if they'd like to discuss any plans or aspirations that they have for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next question is from Mark Pemberton, a resident of Sunderland, who has submitted the following question. Residents of Southwick Ward have been some of the hardest hit by austerity. with the clear link between poverty and mental health issues being widely documented and of concern to people in this area. Can the portfolio holder advise on any work being done to tackle the rise in mental health issues, particularly in men, across the area? Councillor Checkers, you'll respond to this?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Impact North East have been funded via Southwick Ward Council's Community Chest to set up and deliver a weekly male mental health group in the area called SWAGGER. This stands for Southwick Ward All Guys Emotional Resilience. SWAGGER commenced on Friday the 25th of October at Marley Park Fire Station, and it allows men to meet to talk with male volunteers who are trained in counselling and mental health. And since its launch, it has been well attended by men from within Southwick and the wider city. Sunderland Football Club is working in partnership with Newcastle United Football Club to develop a programme of activities targeting middle-aged men through football. This project is called Be a Game Changer and is due to launch in January in conjunction with Blue Monday. Sunderland City Council fund Washington Mind to deliver the following training: A Life Worth Living, 1 in 4 mental health awareness training and promoting emotional health and resilience. These training courses provide frontline workers in the community and voluntary sector who support vulnerable people to identify, support and signpost to suitable services in relation to suicide prevention and mental health. All of these courses are delivered in the community at venues throughout Sunderland, including the Business and Innovation Centre, which is located in Southwick. Sunderland employers can also access the Northern Training Hub. The Hub provides a training programme which will ensure a consistent approach to public mental health and suicide prevention training. The training will be targeted at the public sector and the voluntary and community sector workforce, including the DWP, housing sector and primary care. Sunderland has a suicide prevention action group, which is joint chaired by Sunderland Council and Washington Mind. This is well established and is attended by a range of local partners who contribute to the local action plan, which is administered by the Council and Washington Mind. The action group is also supported by a suicide prevention coordinator hosted by Northumbria Police, who works across Northumberland, Tyne and Wear and ensures that the regional projects are implemented in Sunderland, such as grassroots funding opportunities, training hub, support for people that have been bereaved by suicide. The Council continues to support the promotion locally of national campaigns such as the Public Health England campaign called Every Mind Matters. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from Nathan Davison. On the BBC Sunday Politics North East and Cumbria, which was shown on the 13th of October 2019, Councillor Robert Oliver stated Sunderland incinerates or exports about 70% of its recycling. Is this figure correct? He also stated that the council is investing in a new city hall but has not invested in its own incinerator or waste recycling facility. Is this a true statement? Councillor Waller, you will respond to this?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Nathan Davison for the question. The information provided in the BBC News programme has been checked and found not to be factual. The council does not incinerate its recycling. Only a small amount of the waste the council collects for recycling is exported as separated feedstock to highly regulated reprocessing facilities, and this practice is closely monitored by the council and its partners. Only household waste not presented by residents for recycling is sent for energy recovery at the council's Energy from Waste facility, which was commissioned in 2014 and ensures we have reliable and secure treatment of residual waste. Investment in this facility means that we don't send household waste to landfill sites. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from Rachel Law. I attend different art clubs that have been made accessible with funding from the council. However, it's a shame there is nowhere to display any art produced. Is there a way of having somewhere to exhibit works produced by the funded groups? It would be a good opportunity to contribute to the city's culture and show the results of what funding can achieve. And Councillor Peter Walker is...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, that was for me. Must be a mistake on your sheet.
Mr Deputy Mayor, a number of opportunities have been available over the years in various buildings, including Art Centre Washington, Civic Centre and the Northern Gallery for Contemporary Art. This can certainly be revisited with various community groups and new public buildings explored to display these works. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. The next question is from Elizabeth Crosby. I would like to ask the Council if it is true that they plan to commit an appalling act of desecration at the Gardens of Remembrance of the crematorium, where my close relative and several friends' ashes have been laid to rest by turning it into a car park. Councillor Waller, you're responding to this?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Elizabeth Crosby, for the question. The Council do not have plans to build a car park on the Garden of Remembrance. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now move to the report of the Cabinet. I now call upon the Leader to move and approve the adoption of the report of the Cabinet and the supplementary report.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor, and the report is fully laid out.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr Mayor. Reserve the right to speak.
Leader, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. The report is fully laid out. The one point I do want to make is about item 3, which is the Members' Allowance Scheme. Before we get into, I'm sure, the opposition parties having a go at certain elements of the Cabinet report. The one thing that I will say which shows that we need to have Deputy Cabinet members is that I have 4 Deputy Cabinet members stepping up to be Cabinet members tonight, because I have 3 Cabinet members on council duties elsewhere and I have 1 Cabinet member who is unavoidably off ill. That in itself speaks volumes for the fact that this group is looking at how we have succession planning in our political decision making going forward, and you see that strength through the Cabinet deputies stepping up and doing the role that they are training to be when they become full Cabinet members. The fact that Councillor Amy Wilson, who cannot be here tonight, was herself a Cabinet deputy and is now a Cabinet member. The fact that Councillor Atkinson, who was a Cabinet deputy and is now a full Cabinet member, speaks volumes for how the process works. And I do hope the opposition members bear that in mind when they make their points, which I'm looking forward to, Mr Deputy Mayor. But that's the only point I wish to make on the report. Everything else I am personally fine with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members who wish to speak? Please raise your hands, identify the item number on the Cabinet report and state whether you have an amendment, comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A reference back on item 3, please, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to comment on items 1 and 2. I'm happy to take them together and comment on item 3, please.
We'll deal with the amendments first, the reference back. Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I would like to refer item 3 back to the Council, to the Cabinet.
Who seconds the amendment back?
I'll second it, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Anyone else wish to speak on the reference back?
Move the vote, Mr Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The Conservative Group would like to refer item 3, Members' Allowance Scheme, back to the Cabinet for further consideration. Mr Deputy Mayor, the Leader of the Council has just said that he is personally fine with the recommendations. I bet he is. Because there's one special responsibility allowance that does not have a single penny taken off him. and that is his own, topping £37,000. So I must congratulate him on the brass neck of coming to the council with this, which of course is not just from the Independent Remuneration Committee, but is his recommendations to them, what he asked for. These recommendations, Mr Deputy Mayor, do not go far enough. They do not save enough money. They do not scale the special responsibility allowances back as much as they should. And, much more worryingly, they pick on especially the minority group in opposition, but they do not pick on the Labour group. The leader of the council is not leading by example. He is proposing, what he proposed to the panel, was to cut everyone's allowances except for his own and the other senior leaders in the group. On a number of particular items we have specific concern. First of all, he's made the comment about the Deputy Cabinet members being cut only from 5 to 4. It's not often that the Cabinet members are not at Council. It's actually a very, very rare occurrence. It's happened this evening, but it doesn't normally happen. And if the Leader of the Council wants to see the Deputy Cabinet members as some sort of training ground for leadership, then okay, they can have a job, they can attend meetings, they can go on courses, and they can be paid a very small allowance for it. Scrutiny in particular, the proposals will leave scrutiny really in the hands of the Labour group, certainly in terms of special responsibility allowances. And I think there's a principle that scrutiny should be done by the opposition. You cannot have the poachers as the gatekeepers. Of course, Councillor Pat Smith is the living and breathing example of that. I'm probably being a bit too generous on that. In a ridiculous situation in children's services, with someone who presided over the worst report in the entire country, sitting there taking an allowance to ask questions about what she did wrong. Absolutely disgraceful. More on that later. But we should have the opposition leading on scrutiny. It's the same in the House of Commons, where the main select committee to scrutinise the government's finances, the Public Accounts Committee, is always chaired by the opposition, and they take an allowance for it. And all the way through the Conservative government, it was a Labour member who chaired the Select Committee on the Public Accounts to scrutinise the government. The mayoral allowance as well has been reduced slightly, but we would say that needs to go further. We would keep the mayor, unlike the minority party in opposition, but that needs to be reduced further. And we mustn't forget that the only group on the council who have asked for more money for special responsibility allowances is the Labour group. You asked for more money several years ago when Councillor Stuart Porthouse, currently I think residing on the golf courses of the Algarve, said that he needed more money as deputy leader to pay for the new suit that he would have to buy when he became mayor. Anyway, we do feel that on those 3 areas in particular, that the special responsibility allowances should be scaled back, but across the board, our proposals were to cut the special responsibility allowances further, but they would have cut across the board. They would have cut everyone fairly by between 10, 25 and 50%, and that of course includes my special responsibility allowance, that of all the Conservative group as well. And the area committees was the last one I was going to mention. They have 4 meetings a year, so that means they're getting £2,500 per meeting, and that is of course rather excessive. And it's those sorts of allowances that really should have been reined in much more. And we are a bit disappointed, I must say, by the recommendations. We did ask for the panel to be refreshed. That has not particularly happened. We've always said we're very happy for a reduction in allowances and for ours to be cut as well, but it must be cut in a much fairer way than this. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Muller, do you wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor. Yeah. This is to the reference back.
Well, yes, Deputy Mayor, I'd be happy to make my comment as part of the reference back. I think I can work it into it if we would like to save time. If I may. I think my group would be voting against the reference back because we actually support the report that's been put in front of the Council tonight, principally because we've been calling for councillors to share the burden of the Council's cuts for some years, quite vocally, and I think that this sends a good message to the public that the Council is finally doing so. It also, of course, follows on nicely from the Council getting rid of its free buffet for councillors. And it's good that Labour councillors can now simply consult Sunderland Lib Dem leaflets to find out what the Council's policies will be in the next year or two. I'm somewhat reassured that the Council has a leader who doesn't mind doing a massive crashing U-turn on the back of a terrible election result, and we shall have to prepare a new wish list for May 2020. I am struck, however, by item 3.2.10 regarding streamlining the planning committees, which was, like scrapping the free buffet and reducing allowances proposed by the Liberal Democrats in this chamber and roundly mocked and rejected by the Labour group. It's an obvious thing to do to save money, and it's something we ought to be doing. I'm slightly surprised that amidst the news here, which is that the Council is reducing allowances, it's chosen to increase the allowance for the Deputy Mayor to £6,000. And I'm baffled why we should reduce everything else but continue to pay a larger allowance to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor for another year. I don't think that really comes across very clearly, and I would appreciate some clarity from the Cabinet on that. And I think it is actually quite disingenuous to say, as this report does, that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor allowances are reduced. That is simply not true, and that's, I hope, a typo, if nothing more than that. Speaking of allowances being reduced, I do have to admire the brass neck of the leader here. As Robert Oliver has mentioned, the leader's allowance of £37,667 is not reduced by a penny, nor is the Deputy Leader or Cabinet Secretary's allowances, I believe, of £25,111. Cabinet members will continue to be paid £20,716, and Deputy Cabinet members £12,556. So all of those things are actually staying the same, which I think is quite an unusual thing in a report which pledges to make a considerable reduction to allowances. And of course, not a penny of your own allowance, Graham. One rule for you and another for everyone else in the chamber. And I don't really understand how you look at your Labour colleagues in the eye and say why a pay cut is all right for those who are not in the Cabinet, but not for you. I think it's amusingly shameless, and I always have to give you kudos for such blatant cronyism and wonder, is there a single backbone in a Labour group that allows its leadership to behave like this? We'll support this report because we want to see a reduction in allowances actually happen. We don't want to delay it or push it back to a Cabinet which clearly is quite happy to protect its own allowances. They're not going to cut a penny, Robert, so I don't know why I send it back to them. As I've said repeatedly in this chamber, 3 years in a row, if this council simply matched the allowances scheme at Newcastle City Council, it would save some £250,000 a year. There was a model there, a template to follow, and I'll continue to make the case for that. Thank you.
Leader, you want to reply?
Thank you very much, Mr.
On the reference back, my leader.
Yes, on the reference back. We will not be accepting any reference back from Councillor Oliver's group, and I do appreciate the support from the Liberal Democrat group who are happy with the proposals but not happy with the proposals. But that's the Liberal Democrats for you. It's like Joe Swinson saying, I'll support the government but I won't work with Boris Johnson, who's one candidate for Prime Minister, or Jeremy Corbyn, who's the other. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just ridiculous. Now, I have to say that I genuinely wonder why I should trust a single word that comes out of your mouth, Councillor Oliver, on this item. You're just like Boris Johnson. You just say what you think will play best with the target audience out there. This is all about the money for you guys, because you can see that I have listened to the members of the public. I have. At the first available opportunity, I have cut responsibility allowances. Now, you may find it highly entertaining, but I'm actually curious as to how many of the opposition have actually read the Independent Remuneration Panel's actual report and letter that comes to us, which states and has stated for several years, because they are the people who set the value of allowances. Not this chamber, not me, not councillors. They set what the leader gets, what cabinet gets, what area committee gets. It's their decision, because they set a fair value for the increased work and responsibility that councillors take to take on those roles. It's got nothing to do with me, Councillor Hodson. You can smirk and laugh and poke fun. And it's not cronyism, Councillor O'Brien. If you'd like to back that up, please do so, or be quiet. Who's the crony? Who's the crony, Councillor O'Brien? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I request to make a point of personal explanation, as I feel something I said has been misunderstood by the council group leader. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. When I was referring to the council group leader not having a penny taken off his allowances, that is in the report on his submission to the remuneration panel, which is all written down here. He made a long submission to them, not their recommendation, his submission to them, and in that he did not suggest that a penny was taken off his own allowance.
I have to say, Councillor Oliver's correct. But if I had not put a list of recommendations into the Independent Remuneration Panel to cut any allowances, no cuts to special responsibility allowance numbers would have occurred, because there was nothing really coming from anybody else. The letter and the report that comes from the Independent Remuneration Panel has for years said that the value of allowances is correct, and that is why I did not change the value of my allowance. The Cabinet, the Secretary, the Deputy Leader, Cabinet, Area Committee, Development Control, the allowances in the main stayed the same, because that is what the Remuneration Panel suggested was a fair value. What I looked at was the bit of their report at 4.2, which has always said that they felt that there were too many allowances. And I thought that was a fair commentary. And I've gone and had a look at what we have as a number of allowances, and I've cut 14 out of 40, 14 out of the 55 that this council gives. So I've cut a third, 36% of responsibility allowances, I've cut at a stroke. Right? Now, to be fair to this Labour group, which you are all laughing at, this Labour group accepted that that was a sensible and fair thing to do, given... Councillor O'Brien, would you like to speak, or would you like to shut up and give me the courtesy of listening to what I'm saying?
Councillor, I've told you, if you wish to continue with this in this meeting, then behave. And I'll do the same for anyone else who interrupts you. Well, when I hear them, and I'm trying to watch over everyone in this council, so please behave. And anyone else, please behave and let the leader finish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I have gone by the Independent Remuneration Panel's report and looked at the number of allowances. This group has fully supported the move to remove a number of allowances. Right? We still, back when this was done, and I've been leader for 18 months, and this was done as I got into that, so I had no time to do this last year. This is the first year I've had a chance to actually do this, to make extra savings, because we were in austerity. We're still in austerity. And I've tried to put as much money into frontline services with this manoeuvre to cut a little bit of money from the budget that is the cost of democracy, which is the councillor cost to business. And that is the whole point of it. And this group needs to be roundly applauded for accepting it, because out of 14 allowances that have been cut, 10 of them impact on Labour councillors. So when Councillor Oliver says it has no impact on the Labour group, that is yet another Tory lie. 70% of the cuts impact on this Labour group, and this Labour group signed up to it and said, we accept that this must be done and this is what we're going to do. I don't understand how you can possibly look at yourself in the mirror, Councillor Oliver, and just tell barefaced lies to the media, which is a not so cleverly thing to do.
Mr Deputy Mayor, another point of personal explanation, as I feel I've been misunderstood in the previous speech. It's in the Constitution.
It's not.
It's in the personal explanation. It's in the Constitution, Mr Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I was referring to the percentage of each one that's cut. If you look at the minority party in opposition, they lose a much, much higher percentage than the Labour group loses. In fact, Councillor Hodson is well, I can't work it out off the top of my head, but Councillor Miller is retaining 100% of his allowance. 100% of his allowance, whereas Councillor Hodson is losing an enormous percentage, possibly 100% of his allowance. Sorry, Councillor O'Brien is 60%. Thank you very much, Councillor O'Brien.
Councillor Miller, do you wish to continue?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. How many meetings, Robert, do you attend as Leader of the Opposition during the week here? Normally. I'll tell you, it's nil. How many meetings do I attend as Leader of the Council every week? How many hours am I working for the City Council, for the residents
Point
of the
of
city?
personal explanation, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Let the leader finish.
Mr Deputy Mayor, it's a point of personal explanation. Previous comments have been misunderstood.
We need to get this resolved. We need to come to an end with this. I do intend taking a vote on the reference back. Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. When you look at what you're talking about, Councillor Oliver, I've cut cabinet, I've got rid of a cabinet member and a cabinet deputy. I've cut scrutiny, I've cut area committee, I've cut licensing and regulatory, I've cut development control, I've cut the port board, and I've cut the opposition deputy leaders. I would have cut the minority party leader, because very few authorities pay that allowance, but on legal advice it was felt that that was a step too far, so Councillor Hodson, as leader of the minority party, will still maintain an allowance. So there is a slight change there, and I'm fine with that because I didn't want to do anything that was unlawful. But I have cut across the city the services that we do for the allowances that we deliver. I'm not quite sure what more we could have done, given that, as I've said, the independent remuneration panel are the people who set the value of allowances every year and look at our basic allowance every year. And I put a submission in to cut allowances by £140,000, and you're giving me a hard time about it. You didn't put anything forward to cut anything by a penny. Not that I'm aware of. You might have done that through your own.
Mr Deputy Mayor, point of personal explanation. It's in the Constitution. You can make a point of personal explanation if you've been misunderstood in the previous speech. It's up to you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'll keep it brief. Mr Deputy Mayor, with reference to the point made, Councillor Mullen attended the Independent Remuneration Panel and made a submission on behalf of the group to cut allowances.
Mr Deputy Mayor, that's exactly the point I'm making. Councillor Mullen attended and made the point.
Mr Deputy Mayor, can I move an extension for the leader to finish his remarks?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. I do seem to have spent all my time sitting down while Councillor Oliver tried to give my report. So thank you very much for the extension. Regarding clarity over the mayoral role, because the mayoral allowance is 17,205 at the moment, and it was felt that that did have to come down to 12, in my opinion, to about 12,000. The person who's the deputy mayor becomes the mayor. So that person gets 5,700 plus 17,200, so they get effectively 23,000 as an allowance over 2 years, Councillor Hodson. I felt it was only fair to give the Deputy Mayor half of what the Mayor got, so there was a couple of £100 increase to take 5,700 up to 6,000 and 12,000, but the net effect is an over £5,000 saving for the Deputy Mayor position over 2 years. That was my logic and way of doing it. There was never a free buffet for councillors. Very cheeky and very naughty with that. There was always free food for all attendees at full council. That included councillors, but it also included staff, guests, aldermen, etc. And you continue to tell this lie to the press that it was only ever about full councillors, and it's rubbish and you know it. But that has gone, we've stopped it. Fine, I'm happy with that. So that's me pretty much, Mr Mayor, but the reference back, this group will vote against it because it is not necessary and it's not needed.
As I said, I do intend to take a vote on the reference back. The vote is on the reference back.
Mr Deputy Mayor, there are 13 votes in favour, no abstentions and 45 votes against, and therefore the reference back is defeated.
Mr Mayor, just a quick follow-up on the vote report is not working on 99. We would vote yes. We'll set another one, that's all right.
Can we accept the report of the Cabinet? Or Councillor, you wanted to... sorry. Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, actually, there's a far more significant item on this report to Council, which has far wider impacts than this chamber and the pay packets of the people in it, which is the city plan and the associated capital programme planning and capital strategy. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, my group would like this put to a vote, and I'll explain why. We're pleased that the report does not shy away from confronting the obvious challenges facing the city. In doing so, it recognises decades of central government neglect of Sunderland and, of course, locally Labour mismanagement of the city. With Brexit looming, the city plan is timely, but I don't think it sufficiently engages with how we can mitigate the impact of Brexit on a city, perhaps where Brexit is the biggest challenge facing it. And that challenge ought to, I think, have been front and centre of this plan, which begins by outlining challenges. There are other challenges that I hear repeatedly from residents. Firstly, if you speak to any resident in Millfield or Pallion, they'll say that the city is a tip. And secondly, that its public transport infrastructure is an embarrassment. Now, does this plan tackle what our residents are asking for? Partly. I'm pleased that dealing with empty properties is explicit in the plan. Likewise, a new household recycling centre, because Beach Street can't cope. And the importance of increasing recycling rates are written into it. But I have to ask, because my residents will, what is the point of a plan like this when you can't keep the streets clean? When the council can't tackle a fly tipping and graffiti endemic which blights the city centre, and I would have had that again as perhaps challenge number 2 facing the city. I expect others might want to speak on this, particularly about buses and metros and the train station, all of which are inadequate and hampering the development of our city. But I'm concerned that we're simply not doing enough to change them or challenge them. And indeed, the issue of cycling. The plan mentions, quote, better walking and cycling routes as an ambition, but it sounds to me like a bit of a cop-out. Cities which have really tackled the issue of better walking and cycling routes have done so at a massive strategic level and considerable expense, which I do not see written into this plan or capital strategy. There are other cop-outs. The original draft of this plan stated that childhood obesity will be reduced and that there would be a reduction in the misuse of alcohol across all age groups. That's removed from the final timeline that's in front of us tonight. I find that odd because this is one of the big issues that the Leader and his Cabinet have been pushing, and it's been muted in this report. When the Leader and the Chief Executive spoke at the recent Scrutiny Coordinating Committee, there was a suggestion that at least the development of a health strategy that incorporated these issues might be written into this plan, and I'm disappointed to see that that is absent. We feel that the additional investment in cultural venues and events is great and massively important for turning around the direction of our city. But we feel that the city needs an altogether better and more strategic cultural plan, which I think should have been written into this city plan. I don't think it's clear, personally, what the council's vision is for the city culturally, and I think that needs to be made clear. The reason I'm saying that is because I know and I understand the cultural plans of Newcastle, Gateshead, Durham and Middlesbrough. They're well established, they're coherent. We need an offer which is distinctive and which allows Sunderland to show itself at its best, rather than copying templates designed by others, and I'm concerned about that in this plan. My group cannot support the city plan and the associated financial plan as it stands, because we cannot support a capital programme tied to it. We can't support the IAMP as it has been put forward before this council, because it doesn't impact how risky it is to be putting all our eggs in one basket with Brexit looming. We can't support the building of a new City Hall on the Vaux site, which mainly pushes public sector jobs around the city and does nothing to bring new business to that site. We cannot support a plan to build a dual carriageway through a city centre when we have a climate crisis going on and increased scrutiny of urban air quality. My group and city residents have raised these objections again and again at every possible forum, including this one, and have not seen the council either seek compromise or even offer a convincing counter-argument. So for that reason, Deputy Mayor, I would like this plan put to a vote, and my group will be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Mr Deputy Mayor. So close but yet so far with our Liberal Democrat colleagues. Mr Mayor, I spoke at some length at last council meeting on the city plan and how this council and this Labour group will bring forward our massive aspirations for the city. Them aspirations, Mr Deputy Mayor, have been held back for the last 9 years. It felt like, as a council, as a city, we've been fighting with one arm tied behind our backs because we've been held back as a city by the Tory government since 2015 and previously the coalition government, which was the Liberal Democrats were part of. So I find it quite hypocritical for Councillor Hodson to mention decades of neglect by central government without failing to mention that his party was in power for 5 years, and his party was one of the parties that brought forward plans and policies that have affected so perniciously the residents of the city: the bedroom tax, universal credit, the hostile environment. So I think we need to just put that on record, Mr Deputy Mayor. Mr Mayor, Mr Deputy Mayor, I've always said I'm a glass half full guy. And this is a plan that is going to bring forward real substantive change for the residents of the city. And the people of Sunderland and the UK have an opportunity on December the 12th, Mr Deputy Mayor, to vote for a government that will match our ambitions in this city and will drive forward a raft of policies that will reverse 9.5 years of Tory austerity and neglect. Mr Deputy Mayor, I just want to run through the timeline because we often get criticised as a council for not engaging with the residents of our city. So I want to take this opportunity to do some direct engagement with the residents, and through our colleagues in the press, hopefully they will get picked up and reported, because not often these issues are given the light of the local press. Mr Mayor, if we just look at the timeline, 2019-2020. We're halfway through the year, Mr Deputy Mayor, and we've seen a number of what's on there. The World Transplant Games, they have already taken place and were a massive success. And we've seen occupants from around the world coming to Sunderland. If you look down the list, the 100% of schools engaged with the Active Charter, that is driving forward. The digital ambition is in place for the city. The first building IAMP, Mr Mayor, will be operational. The first drive-through rapid charging facility for electric cars, which I'm pleased to see is in the Hendon ward and is part of our ambition on our carbon reduction strategies. We have published the empty property strategy, Mr Deputy Mayor, and the 20 million investment in sports facilities are coming on fruition. I was speaking to a number of residents from the Washington area who were up a few weeks back, Mr Deputy Mayor, and they were at the open day for the Washington football facility. And I have to say the overwhelming response from the residents of who I spoke to there was that was a fantastic project, and as the other two facilities roll out across the city, we'll see one of the largest investment in sport not just in Sunderland's history, but across the country in recent years, Mr. President. That's something we are rightly proud of on this side of the chamber. The University Medical School, again, one of only a handful of new medical schools which have opened in the country, right here in Sunderland, going to be bringing through the next generation of doctors and nurses, and we just hope that when Labour win the next election, that the government will put the money where the mouth is and will actually recruit, because we're currently carrying over 30,000 vacancies in the NHS at the minute, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because of mismanagement by the parties opposite. Mr. Mayor, moving forward to 2020-2021, again, our ambitions are being seen through with additional investment in culture and events. We aim to bring 50 empty properties back, but I'm sure we will far exceed that target, and we will see the opening of the Innovation Centre in IAMP. We will see a new school for autism opening, so they are much needed. I think a lot of us in this chamber, Mr. Deputy Mayor, are school governors, and we see how kids with autism are struggling in maintained schools because of the absolute lack of places. So this council is stepping forward, and we're going to bring this new school forward as well. Moving on, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we'll see it again. The port, a fantastic asset for the city, which has gone through a rough time in the 90s, been brought forward in the last couple of years, and now in operational profit. This council will see that port move further and further into success. And one thing that a number of residents in my ward, and I'm sure residents across the city, will have approached their local councils about is the state of the Sunderland Central Station. It's took the action of this Labour Council, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to step in, because Network Rail and the government have refused year after year after year to provide the funding to develop that station. The station is not owned by the City Council. For about 5-6 years I can recall, this City Council has had its money ready, ring-fenced, waiting to go. Nexus have had their money ring-fenced, waiting to go. The stumbling block to get us over that funding threshold has always been Network Rail. So we've currently got a bid out to the Transforming Cities Fund, and hopefully, if that's successful, Mr. Mayor, this City Council will seize the initiative and we will drive forward that redevelopment of Sunderland Station, and hopeful that will bring increased economic prosperity to the city. Again, the new City Hall. This is just one part of a wider regeneration for that part of the city centre. Yes, it is a public sector hub, it will City Hall, but this is the heart and will kick-start that part of the city, and we see, and hopefully there'll be big announcements tomorrow. So I would ask colleagues, not just in the chamber, but residents of the city, to look out for the fantastic news that will be announced tomorrow in relation to the City Hall. Again, SSTC3, Northern Spitalfields City Centre, again, we understand there was congestion, there was hotspots in the city that needed to be done, and we came forward with a new strategic transport corridor to ease the east-west connections across the city. That again will enable businesses to grow, new communities to come forward. It's a much needed, and as I've said in this chamber in the past, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm absolutely confident that we can both invest in the infrastructure of our city and meet our carbon reduction targets. Them two things are not mutually exclusive, and we can do both. 2020 to 2023, Mr. Mayor, again, this focuses a lot around health, better walking and cycling routes. When I was the portfolio holder for City Services, which included the transport portfolio, Mr. Mayor, we were successful in bringing forward significant investment in cycle lanes. And as we move forward and we want to get people out of the cars into more health-friendly modes of transport, walking, we again will seek as much external funding as possible and look at our integrated transport block as well to fund as many of these walking and cycling routes as possible. But again, these types of mode of transport would be made a lot easier and a lot faster for us to implement if we hadn't had £315 million worth of funding cut from this city and this city council over the last 9.5 years, Mr. Mayor. So how far ahead would we have been if we weren't subjected to austerity, which we have been? Again, improvements to the household recycling rates is something that after the implementation of the fortnightly collection, we did see a dip. Absolutely, we pulled our hands up and said there was a dip in recycling, but that is a factor that is seen across all other authorities, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when they have introduced the fortnightly collections, and then it slowly creeps up, and that's something we are seeing in Sunderland again, and we're confident that the recycling rates will increase year after year. So, Mr. Mayor, again, it goes on and on into 2023, 2024. 2,000 new office jobs. As the VARC site and the surrounding areas developed, we have an absolute aspiration in this city that we want to see more footfall, more in the city centre, so these new office jobs right in the heart of the city centre, which is led by the city council, and we are looking forward to that coming off. That will also again be a significant boost in terms of business rates at the city council, Mr. Mayor, which will then again ease up pressures on our budget, which, as I've already mentioned, have been subject to 9.5 years of cuts by the Conservative and Liberal Democratic parties, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we move on to 2020 to 2024 to 25. It's been mentioned the cultural issues in the city. It's something that we recognised a few years back, and that's why we took the decision, which was criticised by some in this chamber, about bidding for the capital of culture. Something that they said, why do you want to do that? Something's not cultural. Something is cultural. It depends on your definition of culture, but I absolutely believe that we are a cultural city in the city, and then we've got the partnership through Sunderland Culture. We have the Mac Trust coming on, the new auditorium. So I absolutely fundamentally believe that with these plans, as we progress through this 10-year period, we will see a cultural renaissance led by key partners and the City Council that will transform the cultural offering of our city. And finally, Mr. Mayor, as we approach 2030, it is an absolute key priority of this City Council that we will be the best performing key city by the time we reach 2030. And I'm wholly confident that with the support of my colleagues in the Labour group, with support from senior officers and support from the workforce and the residents of this city, if we all pull in the same direction, we can reach that aim. And I'm fully endorsing, because we've often been criticised for not having a vision. What does the council stand for? What does the council want to do? Well, here it is, written down on one page, and I endorse it and ask the council to support the city plan, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Lady, you have the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Michael's said the vast majority of what needs to be said, so I'll just make a couple of quick points in response to Councillor Hodgson's little diatribe. I do wonder if Councillor Hodgson's been asleep for the last 9 years whilst £315 million has been stripped out of this council, so that streets aren't as clean as we'd like them to be, the infrastructure is not as good as we would like it to be, that this council has been held back from delivering what it wants as it moves towards being the best city in England that is medium-sized, and there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be that. It should be the aspiration of everybody in this chamber. I'm not quite sure how the city plan can have Brexit within it. Brexit is an existential issue that affects the whole of Europe. Whilst the Chief Executive and I are capable individuals, whilst this Labour group is a powerful force for good in this city, I'm not quite certain we're capable of basically determining how Brexit goes. We're about to have a general election vote on the government that deals with the Brexit situation post the 12th of December. And my advice to everybody is get out there and vote Labour, because I'd like to give Jeremy Corbyn to everybody's Christmas present on Christmas Day. If Millfield is such a tip, Councillor Hodgson, shame on you. I believe there's 3 Liberal Democrat councillors in Millfield. So clearly you're not capable. Maybe we need to put a leaflet out, colleagues in Millfield, reminding them that if Millfield's a tip, they should be asking the Liberal Democrat councillors what the hell they're doing for them and what is the purpose of voting for them. And maybe they should get Labour councillors back, because it was never like that when there was Labour councillors in the ward. So thanks for pointing that out, Councillor Hodgson. I have made a note, and I'm sure you'll be seeing our materials in due course. Childhood obesity and alcohol reduction were quite sensibly taken out of the city plan by the Chief Executive, because these are massive public health issues that this council cannot fix by itself. We are looking to have a public health strategy with the NHS, which is undergoing its own version of Brexit at the moment as it moves through becoming the Strategic Health Authority that we had in 1948 with independent care systems and independent care providers. So it was quite sensible to take that out, because there's no point having something in there that we just could not deliver, because it's not solely our responsibility. And you were at that scrutiny meeting, I was at that scrutiny meeting, Councillor Hodgson, and you know that. And that was just a cheap jibe, and it demeans you to do so. So...
Was that yes? Sorry. Merely say, yes, I was at that meeting. There was quite a comprehensive discussion had between myself and yourself and the Chief Executive. My point is not that it was simply taken out, but the question of developing a health strategy was not written into the plan, which I think was battered around the Scrutiny Committee as a possibility and hasn't been taken up. That's the point I was raising in my speech. Thanks.
If that's the case, because how long ago was that meeting, Councillor Hodgson? When did we have that scrutiny meeting? Yeah, within a month. Do you think we've had a chance to pull that together yet? Do you really think that the Chief Executive can just snap his fingers and pull together a public health strategy with partners that we can get into the next council meeting? It will come. And when it does, I'm sure it will go back into the city plan, because if you've read it, as it says, as Michael has just pointed out, it's an evolving, movable feast, the city plan. As things change and move, we will add to it, and things may have to be moved within it, because it's our aspiration of where we want to be, not a regimented, fixated diktat on things we will do by a certain date, because sometimes the real world does not allow you to do that. But you can see from the plan what our aspirations are for the city, and it's to make it the best medium-sized city in England. Right? Work with us on it, please, rather than being so negative about it. I know we're in a general election zone and it's cheap politicking, but please work with us on stuff like this. This is what we're all here as councillors to do. The city plan is only as strong as the 75 councillors in this chamber, to be brutally honest. Right? And I have been quite transparent. The Chief Executive has been quite transparent. We've got that plan out good and early. We've tried to engage with everybody as quickly as possible. We've made the residents aware of it. We've asked for their feedback. We've asked for commentary from everyone. Right? That's what I would like grown-ups to do on this going forward. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to respond, Mr Deputy Mayor.
The cabinet papers that stand as they are as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Councillor Hodgson, can I ask you a question? Are you happy to vote on the Cabinet report as a whole, or do you want two separate votes? Do you want a vote on the city plan, and do you want to vote on the capital programme?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I prefer to take items 1 and 2 together as a single vote, if I may.
There are two different items, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Yes, they are.
It's up to you.
Well, I've given you the opportunity.
That's my preference, but I'm one of
You have to vote on the Cabinet report as a whole.
How many votes do you want?
On advice, we will take a vote on items 1 and item 2 together. Yeah. Can we do that now?
The report does not work again.
There's another voting station that Councillor Smith could use as well. Would you perhaps try the next one?
Councillor, would you go that way and keep the numbers? take the vote again fully.
Mr Deputy Mayor, the vote on items 1 and 2 of the Cabinet report are as follows: 42 in favour, 1 abstention and 17 votes against, and therefore those items are agreed.
My colleagues, can I ask you if you agree the rest of the Cabinet report? Agreed.
Mr Mayor, could I ask for a vote on the Cabinet report as well, please? Or on item 3, in fact.
No, sorry, you're right.
On the on the Cabinet report as a whole, Mr Mayor, Mr Deputy Mayor.
It's getting quite complicated, I think. Do you agree the Cabinet report as a whole? Thank you. Well, we've had a vote on the 2 items, I think.
Yeah, there's the rest of the items.
Mr Deputy Mayor, perhaps if I could clarify, could we just check that there's no request to take a separate vote on the remainder of the recommendations of the Cabinet report? There has been a vote on items 1 and 2, and now there are the other items to be determined. Are members happy for that to be agreed, or would they like that put to the vote?
Could I request a vote on the remaining items, Mr Deputy Mayor?
Mr Deputy Mayor, there are 45 votes in favour and 4 abstentions and 11 votes against. Therefore, the remainder of the Cabinet recommendations are agreed.
Thank you. Now we go to the Ordnance and Buildings Committee. I call upon the Cabinet Secretary to move in the first part adoption of the report of the Ordnance and Buildings Committee.
Move the report, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Lawson, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Cabinet Secretary, do you speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr Deputy Mayor, to again, as per last year, it's another very positive report with regards to the Audit and Governance Committee. They specifically made reference to the positive opinions, both with regard to the annual audit letter, the audit completion report, and also a review that was undertaken with regards to value for money. So all round, Mr Mayor, a really positive report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson?
Mr Deputy Mayor, I've got nothing else to add. I think it's a good report. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hudson?
Councillor Oliver, Councillor Hodson.
Councillor Hudson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think the Cabinet members here are glossing over it slightly to say it's a good report. And although it does praise lots of aspects of the Council's handling of money, there are a couple of concerning things, and I would direct the Chamber's attention to page 131, significant value for money risks. Now, I won't dwell on the first one because I suspect it's going to come later tonight regarding children's services and the Ofsted inspection, which notes that there's a risk the Council does not make required improvements to children's services, and that's actually a risk to value for money from the taxpayers are getting from this Council. I think this actually gives weight to some of the concerns that have been raised over the past couple of years about the Council bailing out Together for Children and the ongoing additional costs of Together for Children I do find it concerning that this is now drawing the attention of the auditors. And then I have a question for the Cabinet Secretary regarding the item above that on page 131. The Council is responding to financial pressures. If I may just quote, because they outline the issue themselves. We know there is regular monitoring of the delivery of savings during the year, but there is no formal year-end position statement on whether planned savings have been delivered, as it is considered to be covered via the overall budget monitoring outturn. So the auditors would recommend the actual versus planned savings position is formally reported to aid good decision making. That makes a lot of sense to my group, certainly. I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, is this recommendation going to be actioned? How will it be reported? And when can we expect this to be followed up? Will it be there in place for the next audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'd like to, as Councillor Hodson has done, so I'll keep mine brief, but to point out that this really is the first time in my time on the Council that we've seen such a stark warning about a potential financial risk in terms of Together for Children. And it really is about time that the Labour group come clean with what this is costing the city. £7 million extra last year, another £1 million this year. That would actually come to an extra 8% on the council tax and doubly wipe out the proposed rise. The very serious position of Together for Children is made really even more of a concern by the fact that there seems to be no end in sight. We've had two monitoring reports. The second last one talked about the deterioration of arrangements and is mentioned in the audit report. And the most recent one, which the Council, for some bizarre reason, decided to trail in the press before it was released to the public, talked about the progress being too slow. So I think if we are honest with the taxpayer, this matter of a very, very significant financial hit to the council finances may continue for some time. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Cabinet Secretary, you have the right to reply, and if you wish to address Councillor Hodgson's question.
Mr Deputy Mayor. If anything, I think the opposition are consistent with regards to Together for Children. It almost seems like a broken record, and I think we need to remind ourselves that Together for Children are there, not because necessarily we wanted them, but because they were enforced on us and imposed on us by it wasn't a Labour government that imposed Together for Children on us. I'm sure of that, Mr Deputy Mayor. With regards to the audit letters report and the qualification that's been referenced, if you actually read the report and the documentation, you'll be quite clear that this is not the first time that qualification has been put in the auditor's report. It's been consistent in previous years, and it will be consistent in years to come until Ofsted come into this city and review Together for Children, and that outcome is changed. And I have every expectation that will change when Ofsted come back to do a full review. So a little bit disingenuous with regards to the opposition that somehow there's a real concern with regards to Together for Children and the funding of that. Yes, we are the funder of last resort, but again, if you read the report of the auditor, it is quite clear that except for the aspects assessed as inadequate with regards to Ofsted, they have no concerns. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. You may have to ask him later. You will get an answer, I'm sure. Do we accept the report of the Ordinance and Governance Committee? Do you wish to come back, Councillor Stewart?
Yes, taken over with regards to the excitement for Together for Children there. With regards to the references that Councillor Hodgins made, yes, in relation to those actions, those will report back to the Audit and Governance Committee in relation to how they will be dealt with, and I do believe you have representation on that committee.
Do we accept the report of the Ordinance and Governance Committee? Thank you. We now move on to written questions. These are questions by members of council. The first question is from Councillor Pat Smith and will be responded to by Councillor Williams, Linda Williams. Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you.
Page Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would the leader provide an update on proposals for the council to step in and build several replacement schools as identified in the recent Cabinet report on our proposed capital programme? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, for prior notice of your question. I mean, let's just celebrate the investment that we are putting into our schools. As a council, we do consider access to high-quality buildings and resources in order to provide enjoyable and engaging school experiences for our young people in Sunderland. It's now 4 years since the city had the chance to improve the condition of local schools through a central government grant. And in the immediate absence of any new programme coming forward, we have made that decision to move forward and provide those facilities. Difficult choices in times of austerity, but that's our commitment. We are very committed to our young people with special needs and disabilities, and they will benefit hugely from the bespoke facilities at a proposed new Sunningdale school and the increased resources at the other replacement schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor McDonough, and Councillor Williams will respond to that. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Would the Leader of the Council apologise to residents in Clinton Place and Woodside in my ward who had to read about plans to build a new school on their doorstep in the Sunderland Echo? This was prior to any consultation or information being supplied to them. Was this a matter of incompetence by the council or an attempt to blatantly ignore residents?
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDonough, for the prior city question. I'm sure, as a councillor, you realise that until a planning application is being received by the planning department, and checked for suitability, we will not carry out any consultation on the contents of it. So no, it was neither incompetence nor a blatant disregard of residents in the area. The Echo will run stories as they see fit, and it is common knowledge to those of us who take an interest in our children that the current Sunningdale site is no longer fit for purpose. A new facility would provide, as mentioned as part of Councillor Smith's response, a purpose-built environment for our primary-aged children with severe learning difficulties, physical difficulties and profound and multiple needs. We should not underestimate the difference such a school would make to the pupils and their families, as well as the staff, as these children move through their lives supported by the best facilities we can offer. Sunningdale is an outstanding school. It's a city-wide resource, a local teaching school, and has a strong community ideology. They will add that to whichever community they move into. Residents will have their opportunity to comment on plans if and when they come forward. I do hope that you're not going to put NIMBYism into the education of this vulnerable group of children. Finally, no, I won't apologise to the residents in Clinton Place and Woodside, but I would encourage them to comment when the time comes. And I do hope that those are supportive comments from your residents. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Having met with planning officers, having met with officers who are dealing with the development of this new school, and I must agree with your comments when you say it's great that we're getting a new site for Sunningdale, that the current site is not fit for purpose. Can you confirm to me, and do you agree with officers, that we need to work with the community on this? Because like you say, this site can be a huge part of the community, but we need to get the community on board with this. Will you work with the community to make sure that's so?
Absolutely, that goes without saying. I did check with planning officers this afternoon that the application hadn't been received, but yes, that's part of the whole process of any planning application, and we'd be very happy to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson, your question, and that will be responded to by Councillor Deborah Wallen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question is, can the portfolio holder update the council and residents on what is being done to deal with the offensive graffiti currently, indeed repeatedly, being sprayed on homes and businesses around Pallion and Millfield? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr Councillor Hodgson, for the question. Reports of graffiti will be inspected by Environmental Services staff and will be removed where they are on public land or structures. Where the graffiti is on private property, permission has to be obtained from the property owner prior to removal. I am aware that some of the graffiti on private property is on rendered surfaces, therefore removal with high pressure washing equipment is not possible. In these circumstances, the property owner would usually be contacted and advised to paint over the graffiti. Unfortunately, we have seen a spray of graffiti being tagged across this area of the city of late with significantly greater incidents than we normally have reported. In order to address this matter in as timely a manner as possible, officers from the Neighbourhood Directorate are currently considering a revised approach to secure removal or covering of the graffiti. Relevant officers will provide an update on the action to be taken within the coming days. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Buick, and again Councillor Deborah Waller will respond.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As part of the city project, Vibrant City project, in order to make the city a welcome and hope for residents and visitors, would you agree the city centre car parking charges are excessive and off-putting to after-hours shoppers and diners? Therefore, could you investigate the possibility of a fixed £2 for 3 hours during the day and free parking after 5:30 p.m. in order to encourage people to spend more time within the city centre? Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Stephen Bury for the question. In 2017, a survey carried out by HPI identified that Sunderland was the cheapest place in the country to park. There are various places in the city centre that visitors can park for free after 6 p.m. For example, all on-street parking bays and surface car parks are free after 6 p.m. between Monday to Saturday, and they are free all day on a Sunday, with the exception of St Mary's, Sunnyside and Livingston Road car parks. The council also offers free parking after 3 p.m. on a Thursday all year round in all surface car parks and on-street bays. After 6 p.m, St Mary's, Sunnyside and Livingston Road car parks offer a discounted rate, with St Mary's and Sunnyside charging 90 pence per hour and a £2 flat rate on Sundays and bank holidays, whilst Livingston Road car park has a flat rate of £2 between 6 p.m. and midnight and is free on a Sunday. The council also offers free parking after 5 p.m. during restaurant week, and a Christmas parking offer of free after 3 between Monday to Friday, and 2 selected Saturdays in December are free all day. In addition, for this year, the council is supporting the Festival of Light event, being offering free parking after 3 p.m. during the event days. There are also a number of limited waiting bays in the city centre which allow motorists a limited time to park free of charge, such as bays located on Burden Road, the Esplanade and Coronation Street. In the context of the council's plans for the city centre, the council will continually review the parking service and improve and invest in its parking strategy in the city centre. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Blackburn, and Councillor Williams will respond.
Sorry about that. Would the leader advise Council how Sunderland schools fared in the recent Key Stage 1 and 2 stats tests, and at Key Stage 4 GCSE compared to our national and statistical neighbours? Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for previous notice of your question. So, Key Stage 1. Overall, at Key Stage 1, Sunderland is performing either in line or above our national and statistical neighbours for reading, writing and mathematics. In reading, the percentage of children achieving the expected standard for reading in Sunderland was 75%, which is 1% lower than the previous year. This remains consistent with the national comparative figure, which is 1% above the average statistical neighbour performance. In writing, the percentage of children achieving the expected standard for writing was 72%, which again is another increase of 1% from the previous year. Sunderland remains above the current national figure of 69% and is 3.4% above the average statistical neighbour figure of 68.6. In mathematics, the percentage of children achieving the expected standard in mathematics in Sunderland continues to remain at 77% in 2019. This remains above the current national figure of 76% for 29 and 2.3 above the average statistical neighbour performance at 74.7. At Key Stage 2, the percentage of Key Stage 2 pupils achieving the expected standard in reading and writing, this is teacher assessment, and mathematics in 2019 was 66%. This was a decline of 2% on the same figure as the previous year. However, Sunderland's 2019 performance continues to remain above the national figure by 1% and is 1.1% above the national average statistical neighbour performance at 64.9. The percentage of children achieving the highest standard continues to remain at 11%. This continues to remain above the national figure by 1% and above the average statistical neighbour performance by 1.4%. Key Stage 4. In 2017, a revised method of grading both GCSE, English and Mathematics was introduced, replacing conventional A* to G grades with grades 9 to 1. Nationally in 2019, 59.5% of children achieved grades 9 to 4. In English and Mathematics within Sunderland, 58.4% achieved this measure, which shows an improvement of 1.1% compared to the Sunderland 2018 figure. However, Sunderland remains lower than the national average by 1.1% and are 3.1% below the average statistical neighbourhood performance. 39.8% of children nationally achieve grades 9 to 5 in English and Mathematics. Within Sunderland, 37% achieved this measure, which again shows a 0.4% improvement on the Sunderland figure compared to 2018. However, Sunderland remain lower than both the national average and the statistical neighbour average by 2.8%. In there, I'd also like to add that with the changes from the letter grading to the number grading, we don't have what was a C grade. We have a level 4 or a level 5. A level 5 is termed as a C plus, if you like, and it's a high pass. So there's not a direct correlation to children taking exams in previous years. I'd also like to point that there's been a lot of variation in grade boundaries, particularly leading some of our young people not to get those consistent results as they would have expected in prior years. I'll give you one example. In French last year, the grade boundaries changed by 40 marks. So those children were well disadvantaged who were doing French. It's absolutely criminal to allow a government to play around with those figures and disenfranchise our children. Thank you.
Next question is from Councillor Peter Ward, and Councillor Morley will respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It has recently been announced the new town hall in the city of Freiburg, southwest Germany, will be carbon positive. In other words, put more energy back into the power grid than it takes out. Will our proposed new city hall also be carbon positive?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I would like to thank Mr Deputy Mayor, Councillor Wood, for the question, as it's allowed me to do a little bit of research and to learn a few things along the way about Freiburg, which by all accounts is a world leader in carbon reduction. Mr Deputy Mayor, although our fantastic new City Hall will not be carbon positive, it is designed on well-being principles which optimise the performance of the building for the health of its users. Since the Council's declaration of a climate emergency, we've commissioned Faulkner Browns to undertake an assessment to determine the level of embodied carbon in the new City Hall, and the work has confirmed that the new City Hall building will perform well in terms of energy efficiency and carbon emissions and will achieve Energy Performance Certificate rating of B. The new City Hall building has an external envelope that exceeds the requirements of the building regulations, and the glazing will provide high levels of light transmission along with low solar radiation. This will increase the contribution of natural daylight and reduce solar gains. The building is designed to make the most of natural lighting, with task lighting at desks and workspace to ensure lighting levels are appropriate for each work environment and that electricity is not wasted. The building's ventilation systems will make further significant energy savings, ensuring the building performance is in keeping with our overall aspiration for a sustainably regenerated city centre. It is also worth pointing out, Mr Deputy Mayor, that the development of the new City Hall has been ongoing for a while now, and significantly altering the building design following the declaration of the climate emergency has significantly delayed the project. Mr Deputy Mayor, it's also worth noting that Freiburg Town Hall is the first building of its kind anywhere in the world to be carbon positive, i.e., as Councillor Wood says, it will generate more energy than it uses, and I am sure, Mr Deputy Mayor, that other cities across Europe, the world, and indeed here in the UK will pay close attention to this fantastic technological step forward as they plan future generation projects. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Next question is from Councillor Crosby, and the leader will respond to this one.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The Council has a number of long-term, multi-million-pound government loans provided by the Public Works Loan Board, whose interest rates have just increased. How much will this rate increase cost the Council across the life of the loans? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Crosby for her question. All of the loans that the Council has with the Public Works Board are at fixed interest rates, so that interest rate increase, Councillor Crosby, on the existing loans that we have will cost us nothing. Right? The impact of the new interest rates will be factored into future Treasury management activity, and clearly if they've gone up from 1.8 to 2.8, that will include an increased cost if we do any future borrowing, but there is no increased cost on our existing borrowing at present.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Susan Watson, and Councillor Paul Stewart will respond to this one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can the leader provide an update on progress in developing the Community Wealth Building Programme previously approved by full Council? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to also thank Councillor Watson for providing us the question. As we have reminded to members of this Council has agreed to develop an inclusive local economic strategy that has a key focus not just on economic outputs, but also prioritising social outputs, social justice, environmental sustainability, very important considering we've disappeared, the previous question with regards to becoming carbon neutral, but also as well as ensuring that any wealth created is shared more widely amongst local communities. Following the decision of the Council to proceed with the development of this economic model, the Council engaged the Centre for Local Economic Studies, CLES, to produce an initial diagnostic report as to how the Council can begin to put together a strategy for developing our very own bespoke community wealth building programme. For information, CLES are now working directly with over 20 councils and have over 10 years of experience with developing this successful economic model. In their report, they have recommended we look to work with other anchor institutions and directly with local communities on 5 key pillars to ensuring this programme is successful in moving forward. And these include ensuring we have a progressive procurement system for goods and services to further develop the SME sector, and through social value, ensure that key social outputs linked to the city plan are achieved. Fair employment and just labour markets, to look at inclusive employment practices, look at recruiting from low-income areas, target the longer-term unemployed and ensure progression routes are in place. In addition, to look at how we can influence wage levels in Sunderland and impact on poverty pay and also move the skills agenda forward. Making financial power work for local places. Clares have recognised that this is a longer-term goal for accessing, for example, funds from the local government pension scheme, or indeed working towards setting up and developing a regional bank such as what is being developed by councils in the North West region. But crucially that these should be charged with enabling local economic development within the City of Sunderland. Socially productive use of land and assets. To work with other institutions on the use of local assets for community development and co-partnership working. To look at the development of neighbourhood working and engagement with communities to facilitate their direct involvement in harnessing local wealth and developing neighbourhood investment plans. And finally, the plurality or plural ownership of the economy. To look to move to a more diverse local economy, encouraging the SME sector, and within this to ensure the cooperative and social enterprise sector become a greater proportion of the economy. Will we be reviewing the specific recommendations over these 5 core areas over the coming weeks with a view to presenting a community wealth building strategy and action plan to Cabinet in the new year? Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Wood, and the respondent will be Councillor Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. What opportunities will there be for city residents to express a view about the location, design and name of the new footbridge which it is proposed might be built within the city across the River Wear?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wood, for your question. We're at an early stage now thinking with regards to this important element of our Riverside Sunderland investment strategy. Work in respect to the proposed new footbridge is being conducted to examine the feasibility of where and how the proposed new footbridge could be constructed. This work will examine the various constraints, and a communications and PR strategy will be developed in the future once this feasibility work has been satisfactorily completed. But Councillor Wood, I would like to extend an invitation to yourself to come and meet with me. I'd really like to hear your own representations on this as to how we can work collaboratively together. After all, we are one council. This is for the benefit of all of our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor George Smith, and that will be responded to by Councillor Deborah.
Can the council give an update on the total number of properties now reported to have been flooded in July and August? What services have these residents been signposted to? Separately, where they are on low income or a lack of disposable income and are in crisis due to flood damage. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Smith. Up to now, there have been 48 properties that have been reported, 48 properties that have reported internal flooding, with over 70 experiencing external flooding. As lead local flood authority, the council has a statutory duty to investigate flooding incidents. Residents that have reported flooding have been informed that we are looking into the situation to see what can be done. The council are also investigating funding that is available and will make an application to the Environment Agency and DEFRA. However, we are not guaranteed to receive any funding, and unfortunately this process is not a quick one, taking a minimum of 18 months. We have issued over 675 flood questionnaires within the Pallion area and have received 73 returns. The questionnaires are to gather as much information as possible about the total number of properties internally flooded, as this is used for the submission to the Environment Agency. Our residents have been informed to contact ourselves and NWL to report any further flooding. However, it is not the Council's responsibility to provide compensation for flooded properties, as it is down to the property owner to protect and insure their own property. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
The next question is from Councillor D. Wilson, and the leader will respond to this one.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'm home. Would the leader wish to comment on the decision of Royal Mail to tear up its recent agreement with the Communication Workers Union in an attempt to destroy workers' terms and conditions? Would he agree with me in supporting the overwhelming 97% of the postal workers who voted for industrial action and call on Royal Mail to do the honourable act of withdrawing their disgraceful plans? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Wilson for his prior knowledge of the question. I absolutely agree with Councillor Wilson and support the postal workers in calling on the Royal Mail to withdraw their plans to tear up the agreement that they currently have with the CWU. Reducing and eradicating workers' rights and decent terms and conditions in our country is completely counterproductive to building a strong and resilient economy. To have this democratic right undermined by businesses, private businesses using the courts, I think is a terrible sign of the time, and directly links into the Prime Minister's commentary that this is red tape and bureaucracy that basically must be swept away. And this is what Boris Johnson means by red tape and bureaucracy. He means taking away and removing trade union rights for working people so that businesses can make more money out of them by giving them increasingly poor terms and conditions. This is why I call on everybody in this chamber to remember to vote Labour at the general election. As only the Labour Party will protect and reinforce workers' rights with our trade union colleagues, since we were the people who created them, fought for them, died for them, and gave them all to you who benefit from them through your terms and conditions and your contracts and your 36 hours a week and your paid holiday and your maternity, paternity and everything else that now comes from my party to you as a gift. Please remember, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work is not a bad thing. So I fully support Councillor Wilson's question. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Next question is from Councillor Peter Wood, and Councillor Deborah Woolen will respond to that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. What programme does the Council have to repair and replace the numerous loose, broken and uneven paving stones in city centre streets?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wood, for the question. The safety of pedestrians using our city centre footways and paved open spaces is of the utmost importance, and to mitigate the risk of trips and slips, the city centre is inspected every 4 weeks. Any defects found that meet our intervention levels are repaired within 24 hours. Where larger areas of repairs are required, these are considered for inclusion in the annual highway maintenance programme. For example, the work we are carrying out now directly outside of the Sunderland College. We recognise the importance of the city centre, and despite the financial burden imposed by austerity, the Council has and will continue to invest significantly on streetscape works that improve the environment for residents, visitors and our local businesses. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Potts, and Councillor Atkinson will respond to that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Details of planning applications made to the Council are available online. The website is regularly unavailable, preventing people and councillors from accessing information. What is the service level agreement for availability, and how often has this failed to have been met in the past 6 months? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Potts, for your question. The Council's website has an availability target of 99%, and availability is monitored via an external tool. 2 months of data is retained at any time, and I can confirm that the availability for the website was 99.96% in September 2019 and 100% in October 2019. Planning public access is a separate application which sits on the Council's website and is supplied by a company called iDocs. It is classed as a business critical application and iDocs provide a priority response. I can confirm that from March 2019 to the end of October 2019, there have been 5 unplanned outages impacting planning public access, and there have been a further 4 planned outages with prior notice placed on the website to accommodate system improvements and security patches. Work is underway to provide added resilience to the Council's website to minimise any downtime relating to essential maintenance, and work is also underway with iDocs to implement the latest version of Planning Public Access, which will bring a range of enhancements. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been advised that the...
Mr Deputy Mayor, can I propose an extension to members' questions, please?
I'm more than happy to take the show of hands on that.
Somebody seconded it.
Are you going to second it?
I'm happy to second it, Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
More than happy to take the show of hands. Those in favour of extending? Those against? That's the end of the questions, I think. The next item is a report on action of petitions. Does any member wish to comment on that report? No? Can we accept the report? Thank you. We now move on to motions of notice. Can I just say before we start with the first notice of motion, I would like to remind members to ensure they indicate at the appropriate time that they wish to speak. So we'll now deal with the notice of motion in relation to the fairer funding formula for Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service, and can I invite Councillor Taylor to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service continues to face ongoing challenges as a result of a funding model that hits hardest those services that operate in areas of high deprivation, such as ours. This council notes that whilst all fire and rescue services have experienced funding challenges to some extent, Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service's core spending power has been significantly reduced since austerity began in 2010, having experienced some of the most significant budget reductions across fire and rescue services in England. Based on the best information available at this time, the authority is projected to be facing a cumulative funding shortfall of £4.089 million by the end of 2022-23. This council therefore agrees to support the Chief Fire Officer and the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority in lobbying the government for a fairer funding formula for Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service that takes into account areas of deprivation and those that exist in Sunderland and Tyne and Wear. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Samuels, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'll second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Taylor, will you speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. As previously stated, Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service continues to face ongoing challenges as a result of a funding model that hits hardest those services that operate in areas of high deprivation. Indeed, the former Fire Minister, Nick Hurd, has acknowledged
in Parliament that Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service has experienced a tougher settlement than most in recent years. Just to put this into some form of context for you, Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service has seen its core spending power. Now these are the government figures, okay? Tyne and Wear has seen its core spending power reduced by 18.4% since austerity began in 2010, and includes the disproportionate cuts to government grant funding it has received over this period. However, some fire and rescue services have actually shown growth in their core spending power over the same period. And I'll give you a couple of examples, Mr Deputy Mayor. For example, Bedfordshire Fire and Rescue Authority saw its resources increase by 3.9%. Dorset and Wiltshire increased by 3.3%, and Shropshire increased by 1.3%. And these are quite affluent areas, which reflects their ability to raise more from business rates and the council tax precept to help offset any reductions to their revenue support grant funding. For Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service, serving a community experiencing high levels of deprivation, the effects have been particularly damaging, as the service cannot raise income from business rates and council tax to the same extent as areas that are more affluent. And the service has repeatedly called on the government to address these shortcomings in the fire funding formula, and we welcome plans to review it in the near future. However, on the 4th of September 2019, the government announced that austerity was over when the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Syed Javid MP, set out his spending round plans for public spending in 2020 and 21. But despite announcing that all government departments would see at least an inflationary increase to their existing funding, unprotected government departments have always had to incur cuts in order to help fund increases in government priority services such as the NHS and defence, education and law and order spending, and the continued uncertainty surrounding Brexit and the unknown impact this could have on the economy. The sustainability of the ending of austerity must not be ignored. A further uncertainty on the authority's financial resources is the unknown impact of the government's planned changes to how local government resources are to be distributed. Under the self-sufficiency agenda, which have been put in place, which have been put back a further year to 2021 to 22 as a result of work on Brexit taking priority. There is also uncertainty surrounding certain certain specific grants, particularly the new fire pension grant, that will not be known until the local government settlement for 2021-22 is released in December of this year. A further cause of concern is that the future of this grant, which is worth almost £2.6 million to the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority, will not be known until the outcome of the Spending Review 2020, according to the government. In summary, the government is indicating that resources for the public sector will increase in 2020-2021 and will continue to improve in the medium term, now that they themselves consider that austerity is finally over. However, there is still considerable uncertainty over fire service funding, and there is insufficient detail to be able to confirm at this stage what the financial prospects of the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority are over the medium term. What is clear is that the financial position for 2021 could improve to that currently set out in the authority's medium-term financial strategy, with the condition that all of its specific grants are maintained at the current levels. Now, despite being subject to an unfair funding formula, earlier this year, Her Majesty's Inspectorate for Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services published its inspection report on Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service. The Inspectorate looked at how effectively and efficiently, the service prevents and protects the public from and also responds to fires and other emergencies. It also examined how well the service looked after its people. The inspector graded the service on 3 separate areas of work, these being the effectiveness, the efficiency and also people. I'm pleased to confirm to this council that Tyne and Weir Fire and Rescue Service was graded as good in all 3 areas inspected, and in its summary the HMI stated that overall we commend Tyne and Weir Fire and Rescue Service for its performance. This provides a good foundation for improvement in the year ahead. The fact that the service has been independently recognised as good in the 3 areas inspected is a testament to the professionalism and also the commitment of everyone who works for the service, and has only been possible because of the hard work, dedication and teamwork that is clearly evident across the organisation. Those of us who are close to the service know that it continues to deliver a good, if not an outstanding service to our communities, despite facing disproportionate cuts to its revenue budget since 2010. Indeed, one can only imagine how much better these grades would have been if the service had benefited from a fairer funding formula from central government. It is a great tribute to the Chief Fire Officer and everyone who works for the service that their commitment and also dedication to keeping the people of Tyne and Weir safe has received such independent recognition. I call on all political parties present this evening to fully support the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Are there any amendments? Does anyone wish to speak on the motion?
Councillor Crosby, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Mann, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Yormiller, Councillor Buckland.
So, Mr Deputy Mayor, the list of speakers on this motion is Councillors Crosby, Armstrong, Mann, Oliver, Fiona Miller and Butler, and Councillor Samuels has has reserved the right to speak, and Councillor Taylor has the right to reply.
Right, Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The Liberal Democrat Group are in favour of this motion. However, I would just like to point out to Council that government cuts are not the only thing that has caused a cash shortage in the Fire Brigade budget. In recent years, the Tyne and Weir Fire and Rescue Service has been hit with a £10.5 million bill from the government as a result of their mistaken overclaiming from the government of a pension top-up fund between 2006 and 2011 and 12. A repayment plan over several years was agreed in 2018 with the Home Office due to this historic accountancy error, which has created serious financial uncertainty. The Fire Brigade Union, in a chronicle story of the 10th of October 2017, warned that making the force pay back the 10 million in full will lead to the decimation of the service we provide. However, a settlement was reached that was acceptable to all parties. In their Statement of Accounts of 2017-18, the Fire and Rescue Service state that the Home Office repayment schedule recognises and takes into account the financial position of the authority and is considered to have given, I quote, a fair settlement. An initial payment of £1.89 million was made in 2018. The remaining amount will be paid in 17 instalments of £500,000 a year from 2018 until 2034, when a final amount of £140,000 will be paid. The sum is now entered into the revenue budget as a liability. And who was responsible for this devastating mistake? In the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority Governance Committee minutes of the 30th of March 2009, their Internal Audit Services operational plan, I quote, is delivered by Sunderland City Council's Internal Audit Service. Apart from this devastating non-austerity related £10 million hole in the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service budget, other pressures on the service include a £225,000 loan to set up an independent charitable company known as Impeller, whose financial statements registered with Companies House have not been as successful as the service might wish. So much so that we are told in the Sunderland Echo story of the 7th of November 2019 that their relationship with Impeller has terminated. So whether you blame council accountants, unfortunate business decisions or errors in scrutiny, austerity is not the only obstacle to our hard-working fire service in getting on with the job, something I know we would all wish them well in. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Speaking anecdotally with constituents in Washington and Sunderland, friends who work in the fire service, some of the existing provision at the minute can be described at best as skeletal. And I think a lot of people who live in our constituency, in our area, don't know how thin on the ground some of the fire and rescue services are in their area. So I would fully back this motion and urge everyone else to. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver. Sorry, didn't mean to miss you out. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Our party welcomes this motion and believes there's a strong case to be put forward for additional funding. Tyne and Wear FRS has been unduly hit by cuts compared to other fire and rescue services across the country. The funding of our fire and rescue service should be a priority. My colleague, Councillor Buick, has left the chambers because he is in the fire service himself, so I read this on behalf of him. I would expect that the other four councils, Gateshead, South Tyneside, North Tyneside and Newcastle, are also pushing for fairer funding for Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service. The Fire and Rescue Service are not the same as they were 20 years ago. The service had to take on additional roles and has received very little extra funding to carry out those roles. The current fire service deals with a much wider range of emergency response. These could include flooding incidents, road traffic collisions, animal rescues, marauding terrorist attacks, urban search and rescue, including building collapse. The fire service naturally has been underfunded for many years. This started in June 2003 when Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott submitted a white paper to Parliament outlining reforms to the fire service in the UK. Since that date, the fire service has constantly had its budget cut year after year. Since 2010, Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service has had to cope with unprecedented underfunding. By 2022 will have had its budget cut by 11.3 million. In February this year, members of the Fire Authority decided to delay a large section of the 3.3 million budget reduction proposal that could have resulted in up to 82 job losses across the service over 3 years. These budget cuts have had a detrimental effect on the efficiency of the fire service. Having said that, the brave firefighters still go to every incident and carry out their duties to the best of their abilities, even though there is only about half the number of operational firefighters on duty as there were 15 years ago. Going back to 2003, TWFRS would have had around 32 fire appliances and seven special appliances available and fully staffed. These would include aerial ladders, emergency rescue tenders, etc. There would have been around 160 firefighters on duty at any one time. Coming up now to 2019, and TWFRS currently have 24 fire appliances available, with around 88 to 96 firefighters on duty due to shift patterns. They still have special appliances, but the difference is now being none of them are primarily staffed. What this means to the residents of Tyne and Wear is, should there be a large incident, such as the fire at Peacocks in Blandford Street earlier this year, for every special appliance requested for an incident, a frontline fire appliance has to be taken off the run, so the firefighters can staff the special appliance, and this in turn reduces the fire cover across the region. The reduction of fire appliances and firefighters across the region in some part could be down to the reduced number of fire calls received, now compared to 15 years ago. This in part is down to public awareness and the work carried out by the service, such as home safety checks and the fitting of smoke alarms, free of charge to residents who need them. But we still can't get away from the issue of the underfunding for this vital service. This needs to be a priority. If someone is unfortunate enough to need the assistance of the fire service, they should have the reassurance that they will get the service they are entitled to. Politicians seem not to take heed of the fire brigade union's advice that cuts cost lives. It is time to have all our emergency services properly funded, fire, police and ambulance, and that is why our party supports this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The Conservative Group will also be supporting the motion, and many thanks to Councillor Taylor, the Chair of the Fire Authority, for bringing it to us this evening. It is, as is worded, a very genuine motion, and we're very pleased to support it. And of course it will benefit the people of Tyne and Wear. This isn't actually just empty words, because in the time I've been on the Fire Authority, there has been a lot done to try and change the funding formula to give more money to those areas of deprivation where there are more fires. And the Chief Fire Officer and the previous Chair of the Fire Authority, Councillor Barry Curran, did go down to London on a number of occasions and have some constructive meetings with fire ministers about it. Having said that, I would say that I congratulate Councillor Crosbie on an absolutely excellent speech on really the truth in the finances on the Fire Authority, because every word she said was absolutely correct. And the reason why that needs to be said is, yes, we all lobby for more money for our fire services, but we cannot have the Labour Party, or elements of the Labour Party, I must say mainly Labour MPs, going around making half-truth comments about the funding for the fire service, because yes, there's a 10.5 million payment to be made because of an error made at the Fire Authority, and that is now costing the Fire Authority £500,000 every year to pay it back over a 10-year period. Secondly, of course, and Councillor Crosbie again alluded to it, is, I'll be careful what I said because it's on confidential papers, but we know from the press that Impeller, the trading group of the Fire Authority that was meant to bring money into the Fire Authority to offset the cuts, has now been closed down, and we await to see what the financial consequences of that are. Having said that, we support the motion, and we feel, obviously, we need to be truthful about the funding. Yes, there's been cuts from central government, many of which were in the first 5 years of the coalition. Councillor Crosbie didn't seem to have quite time to mention that. I think that most of the cuts to the fire service were actually 2010 to 2015, when people like like Joe Swinson was sitting there voting with the Tories all the time, and pops up at the general election and says, I'm sort of new person who was just born yesterday, apparently, so I don't quite understand what she's getting at. But anyway, but most of the cuts were put in at that time. Having said that, though, and sometimes what I think is not, to be fair to Councillor Taylor, it's a very genuine motion, but I think you will probably see this in the election leaflets and when the Labour MPs go on TV, is what's behind it is really cuts cost lives. Now that needs to be knocked on the head. There's less funding for the fire service, correct. But, and I've put this to the Chief Fire Officer himself, who says that the service itself is safe. There is no evidence that the cuts are costing lives. The two things that have been done at Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority to manage the reduced finance, one was riding only 4 firefighters on fire appliances, the second one was a reallocation of some fire appliances. Now both of those have been assessed, and the Fire Authority agreed that if you're going to do that, they must be assessed to see what happens. And there has been no evidence in the reviews of them that it is actually negatively affecting the fire service and therefore costing people's lives. And a lot, I do feel quite strongly about this. I think there's also a touch of this, to be honest, in Grenfell Tower as well. Let's pin this one on the Tories, but be careful, because the actual facts say that the reductions in the money given to Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority have not led to people losing their lives in fires. And in fact, in the last inspection report, it was, as Councillor Taylor said, rated good in all 3 areas. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Fiona Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can say I owe my life to the Fire Authority, to the firemen that saved me when I was cut out on the 1231 in my car, right? And to be honest, the people that do this, they must see some horrific things in their lives. And we really should be standing up and saying, as I'm going to say, supporting the notice of motion. I spoke to a gentleman today who comes into my work, and he's an ex-fireman, and he was going on about how we only have 1 tender now. And 1 tender only has 4 staff on that tender. If they have 50 call-outs, say for bonfire night, or they have bonfire night and an accident on the A19, or another incident they have to be called out to, they have to choose. And I think that is really unfortunate. That's people's lives. And I'm sorry, Councillor Oliver, you're totally wrong about this. When you ask the staff how they feel like they're not being supported by our government, your government, which happens to be the Tories. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise to speak in support of my colleagues in calling for the fairer funding of Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service. I won't repeat what colleagues have and will say, but as a member of the authority, along with Councillor Samuels, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Oliver, I do hope we all support this motion, and it does sound as though that is the case. But we do need to bring some stability to the funding formula for the future planning of Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service. After all, people's lives may well be at risk. Councillor Oliver said that there was no evidence that there was any risk to life. However, this may not be the case in the future, as there is a clear deficit forecast moving into next year and the latter years. Despite these horrific cuts since 2010 by the Tories and Lib Dems, we are the second quickest responder in the country, which is phenomenally impressive. And this is testament to the hard work carried out by all people involved in the running of the service. On a little bit of a side note, Southwick councillors would like to thank the fire service for the work on the Savoy bingo, which was destroyed several years ago. And with that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you, and once again I encourage all members to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Samuels, you did reserve the right to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'm happy as a member of the Tyne Weir Fire Authority to second this motion tonight, calling on the government to give fairer funding to Tyne Weir Fire and Rescue Service. We've obviously heard from other speakers about what a vital service they provide to our company, and because of this it's imperative that the service has got the correct levels of funding to keep our residents and our community safe, because at the end of the day that's what we're talking about here. Funding should be provided from the government based on risk in the area, and it's known that areas with significant deprivation and poverty, like many of the areas that we represent, have higher levels of risk. Yet we're here in a situation where levels of deprivation have no bearing on the funding received, which immediately disadvantages metropolitan fire services like Tyne Weir. We've already heard from Councillor Taylor, the Fire Minister himself admitted that Tyne Weir have had a tougher situation because of the way the current funding is arranged. Crippling austerity from the Lib Dem and Tory coalition and the subsequent Tory government has left us with unacceptable levels of deprivation. Now, while austerity may not be the only pressure on the budget, it is the only thing that has increased the risk. Tyne Weir, so while we've seen the risk increase because of that austerity, we've seen the funding cut by 7.2 million just since 2015 and over 400 members of staff lost since 2010. So funding is essential for the fire service, not only to carry out its work in dealing with fire incidents, but it's also the vital community engagement and fire prevention work that they do to mitigate that risk. I stood here this time last year and made my first speech following the awful and unacceptable attacks on firefighters in the Southwick ward I represent. No firefighters should be at risk in this way when carrying out their work and keeping us safe. It puts the firefighters and ultimately all of us in danger. Following that bonfire night incident, there's been significant targeted work carried out in just 12 streets in Southwick where the incident occurred. It was a partnership between Tyne Weir Fire and Rescue Service, Northumbria Police, Gen 2 and the Council. This took part for just for 3 months over the summer. And just the fire service, just their part of it, they carried out just under 50 home safety checks, business premises audits, nearly 70 antisocial behaviour tours, and it also included 2 family fun days and community engagement events, which included demonstrations and a chance for the community to engage with the fire service. And just recently, a blue light football tournament in the ward that was to bring everybody together. This bonfire night, while there was some antisocial behaviour, it was controlled quickly and there were no attacks on firefighters. So this shows how important that community engagement is, but that can only be sustained if they've got the right levels of funding. The level of funding is actually the only one part of the problem that we've got. We regularly receive reports as authority members on the financial planning and performance. No medium or long-term financial planning has been possible because the Tory governments failed to deliver the comprehensive spending review. I hear lots of reports that are just full of ifs. So if this grant's maintained, if that grant's maintained, if there's a 5% cut. Now, I know Councillor Oliver mentioned that cuts don't cost lives. A 5% cut doesn't even bear thinking about what it would do to the fire service. The other big if is if austerity is over, as has been claimed, and there's only one way to guarantee that austerity will be over at the end of this year, and it's to return a Labour government. Ifs just aren't good enough for our firefighters and they're not good enough for our communities, so it's time for the government to agree fair funding, and I urge everybody to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, you have the right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. Can I just thank Link members for their contribution and to the motion this evening. I've noted some of the comments that people have made. I've noted Councillor Oliver and Councillor Crosby mentioning a company called Impeller, just to give members some sort of background rather than reading it second-hand in the Sunderland Echo. Impeller Assurance and Resilience Limited was established in 2015 as an independent and arm's-length organisation from the Fire Authority in order to provide training and related services to other fire and rescue services, plus private customers, and to generate financial contributions to the Authority. In return, the Authority agreed to allow Impeller to make use of the Authority's capacity and capabilities and its brand as part of Impeller's training offer to third parties. However, in October 2019, the Authority decided to terminate its arrangements with Impeller due to long-standing concerns regarding the financial performance of Impeller as a result of its continued failure to comply with various previous agreements made with the Authority. I have been informed that this decision should have little impact upon the finances of the Authority, and that its own wholly owned trading company, TWFRS Limited, is well placed to carry out commercial activity for the Authority in the future. Councillor Armstrong's comments. Fully understanding as a fellow Washington councillor, as part of the IRMP review last year, this year one of the fire engines was moved back to Sunderland Central from Washington. I fully understand your concerns. However, as part of the IRMP, we listen to the Chief Fire Officer, we listen to the staff, and it's a case of putting it where it was most needed, to be blunt. It's not ideal, by any stretch of the imagination, not at all. It's a dreadful situation to be in, which is why we're actually have the motion to council late this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I get the feeling that all members are in agreement of this motion. Agreed. Thank you. We now deal with the notice of motion which is on the subject of the abolition of Section 21 no-fault evictions. And I call upon Councillor Haswell to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Section 21, no-fault evictions, allow a landlord to evict a tenant after a set period without giving a reason. This motion calls on Sunderland City Council to campaign to end the use of Section 21 evictions as Scotland has done and create greater security for renters. This council notes that no-fault evictions introduced into Section 21 of the 1988 Housing Act allow landlords to evict tenants without having to give a reason once the term of tenancy has expired. 80% of England's 11 million renters are on tenancies with fixed terms of 6 months or a year, and after this period has ended, landlords can evict their tenants under Section 21 without cause. Research published by the Observer campaign group Generation Rent indicates that Section 21 evictions are now the single biggest cause of homelessness in England, and that in 2017 the Scottish Government made tenancies indefinite and banned no-fault evictions under the terms of the Private Housing Tenancies in Scotland Act 2016. This council believes that abolishing Section 21 no-fault evictions would help make renting more secure and communities more stable, improve standards and increase tenant confidence. Would further help to tackle homelessness, which should be a priority for governments at all levels and should happen as soon as practically possible. This council therefore notes with concern the failure of the UK government to pass legislation to abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions in England, despite announcing plans to consult on new legislation in April 19. Calls upon the next UK government formed after the general election on the 12th of December 19 to ensure that legislation is brought forward in the new Parliament to abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions in England, and ensures that existing rules on evictions where there is damage to a property, antisocial behaviour and non-payment of rent are simplified for landlords, whilst ensuring that reasonable requirements for dispute resolution are maintained, and resolves to work with the Unfair Evictions campaign led by Generation Rent, New Economics Foundation and Renters Union, which will bring about the swift abolition of Section 21 no-fault evictions. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, do you second the motion?
I do, Deputy Mayor, and I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Haswell, if you would speak to the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The abuse of Section 21 evictions is one of the big scandals of our time, which has never truly received the national focus which it deserves.
For all of us, one of the most important aspects of our lives is a secure home, and for many renters in a short-hold tenancy, this simply doesn't exist. There are 11 million, as I mentioned, 11 million renters in the UK, and hundreds of thousands of renters in England live with the constant reality that a landlord, should they choose, can evict them by simply providing 2 months' notice despite being a model tenant. There have been opportunities for all of the major parties to act since 1988, however, to date there's been no successful legislation in Parliament to scrap Section 21. The motion gives the Council an opportunity to highlight this issue and call upon whichever government is formed after the 12th of December to ensure that this issue remains on the agenda, and many of us will have dealt with residents in crisis as they face the prospect of being evicted with very little notice and reasons that are far from reasonable. Renters are faced with notice periods which don't give them the time to deal with the upheaval of moving house. Many of those facing eviction also face the nightmare scenario of not being able to raise the deposit and first month's rent that they need to be able to move into a new home, and many are then driven into the local council in Sunderland here and presenting as homeless. There are also terrible stories about renters who've been presented or threatened with Section 21 eviction because they've complained about the state of the repair in their home. Very justified complaints about damp, mildew, mould, damaged kitchens, bathrooms or faulty boilers. And it's a situation I faced myself. A few years ago I lived in a flat just around the corner from this very building, and I spent the autumn and winter of 2013-14 with no work and heating. And I was forced to rely on small electric heaters to keep the house warm, the flat warm, and as a result had ruinous electric bills that took me months to clear. Repeated complaints to my landlord were ignored and eventually met with an eviction threat after 3 months. So I then had to stop complaining and spent 3 months trying to save up that first month's rent and deposit. That allowed me to then move out, but scary, that landlord is still operating in Sunderland, the reputation hasn't improved. And even give a local perspective for the rest of the city, this council has dealt with hundreds of residents over the years presenting as homeless due to Section 21 eviction, and worryingly the highest proportion approaching the council with this criteria are families with children. That's 2/3. That number rises to 3/4 when you add in pregnant couples as well. So when looking at the reason for eviction given by the tenant as well, that also tells a different story. 58% of evictions in Sunderland in 2018-19 were caused as a result of the landlord wishing to relet the property, and a further 23% to rent arrears. All cases which should have gone through the Section 8 process of the Housing Act as opposed to Section 21. The motion isn't itself intended to bash landlords. The overwhelming majority of decent homes, The motion is intended to bash landlords because the overwhelming majority of landlords are provide decent homes for renters. When looking at the issue, the reasons why there's such high numbers using 21 evictions, we need to consider that. And the Director of Policy and Practice at the National Landlords Association said that landlords have been relying on Section 21 to compensate for the many failings of the Section 8 fault-based process, which has become too costly and time-consuming. And if the government want to deliver a fairer, better quality and more affordable private rental market, as they claim, obviously this was in context at the time I spoke, they should try listening to the concerns of landlords and not just the court of voting renters. Now, these comments should be kept in mind because this motion is saying specifically we need to look at the rules in Section 8 and make them simpler. The Section 21 route is seen as more cost-effective and simpler for landlords, which is why it's been overly used and why, when that was never envisaged in 1988 when it was brought in. Any sensible approach needs to include some reforms to give some landlords that flexibility if they do need to ask the tenant to leave, because landlords aren't just big housing providers and big businesses, but often somebody who's just inherited a property from family or has chosen to buy it as an investment for retirement, and they can be the best landlords. So just to conclude, this motion is in line with, as far as I'm aware, all major party policies. I believe it is in the last Labour manifesto of 2017 and the Conservative manifesto as well. So I'd hope it's something we can support cross-party. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Are there any amendments? Anyone wish to speak on the motion?
Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hewitt. Councillor Doran. Councillor Atkinson.
Mr Deputy Mayor, the speakers are Councillor Michael Dixon, Buick, Doyle and Atkinson. And Councillor Hodgson has reserved the right to speak and Councillor Haswell has the right of reply.
Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor, sorry. I was actually going to, and I still will, say something complimentary about yourself, and I'm not trying to get on the good side of you, and I'd like to extend it to Councillor Miller, but a lot of work went on in this council in the private rented sector with landlord accreditation, which I think you probably started off, and private landlord licensing as well. So I think that should be acknowledged, because here we're looking at a sort of a national statute, but we want to look at it in terms of Sunderland as well. And I'd like to thank the Liberal Democrats this afternoon for bringing this motion to the Council and highlighting one of the most progressive proposed reforms of a Conservative government in housing for many a long year. Because this was actually introduced in the final weeks of Theresa May's time as Prime Minister, when she made the following comments about the decision to ban Section 21 evictions on the 15th of April. Everyone in the private sector has the right to feel secure in their home, settled in their community and able to plan for the future with confidence. But millions of responsible tenants could still be uprooted by their landlord with little notice and often little justification. This is wrong, and today, that was the 15th of April, we're acting by preventing these unfair evictions. This important step will not only protect tenants from unethical behaviour, but also give them long-term certainty and the peace of mind they deserve. Landlords will still be able to end tenancies when they have legitimate reasons to do so, but they will no longer be able to unexpectedly evict families with only 8 weeks' notice. And the then Community Secretary mentioned, which I think Councillor Haswell's sort of alluded to, evidence shows that so-called Section 21 evictions were one of the biggest causes of family homelessness. So basically, there was also comments from John Healy, the Shadow Housing Secretary, who, praise indeed, actually cautiously welcomed the Tory proposals and then spoiled it all by going on about something else. But there was a general sort of acceptance. Citizens' Advice welcomed the proposals as groundbreaking to protect renting families, as did the Chartered Institute of Housing. But then on the other side, we had the National Landlords Association, who were concerned about landlords really being interested in continuing to rent their properties out if they were unable to get occupation. And also the RICS, of which I used to be a member, and Councillor Doyle is hoping to be a member in due course. They sort of gave it a slightly pessimistic feel about the actual announcement by Theresa May. Basically speaking, the crux of this is whether the courts can get it right. The court process needs to be expedited because landlords should be able to swiftly and smoothly regain their property in the event of tenants falling into rent arrears or damaging the property, meaning landlords have the security knowing disputes will be resolved quickly. What I don't like about this motion is the 4 bullet points at the end notes with concern the failure of the UK government to pass legislation to abolish Section 21, etc., etc., despite announcing plans to consult on new legislation in April 2019. Well, first of all, that's that, but then the consultation process was actually announced, which began on the 21st of July. It was a 12-week period, and it ended on the 12th of October. Now, the Queen's speech was on the 14th of October, and I don't think the Russian Politburo could have got that through in 2 days. And I don't think it would have been fair on those people who were consulted, and had given their opinion. So I reject the Liberal Democrats' inference that nothing has been done. Everything has been done. In fact, I think this motion would have been better for another day, because we've got to see what's in the Queen's speech for the next government, and let's see if it's included. And if it's not, I suggest that as a council, all parties get together and make sure it is included in the Queen's speech. So I'm almost inviting the Liberals to withdraw this afternoon, but if they want to carry on, fair enough. But this should be brought back to the council in the new year. So I'll support it because it's our policy. There's no doubt about that. But I do leave it open to the Liberals to withdraw and bring it back in the new year. Thank you.
Councillor Buick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Councillor Mayor.
Again, welcome the Lib Dems bringing this motion to Council, to the Chambers. I think us as a council and a party think the motion will give added security and have the option. The motion and fail will bring added security to people who have no option but to rent from unethical landlords. Landlords should not be able to evict the tenants without reason. The removal of the Section 21 no-fault evictions would be a vital first step to ending profiteering housing, such as the removal of one tenant just for the landlord to move another tenant in for extra financial gain. Recent evidence shows that so-called 21 evictions, as it's been already said, is the biggest cause of family homelessness. And if changes were made, we would offer stability to the growing numbers of families renting, and mean people would not be afraid to make a complaint. There was recently some survey done by Citizens Advice. There's roughly 2,000 private renters who said that 46% of the 2,000 would feel that they would possibly get evicted within the next 6 months if they made a complaint to a private landlord. And obviously that is not acceptable, especially when a landlord can evict people with as little as 8 weeks' notice after the fixed term contract. If the removal of Section 21 for no-fault evictions did become law, we must also remember though that the actual landlords who were running a business and providing accommodation for people on low incomes who can only private rent. If landlords feel the system is stacked against them, we may end up with a lot of current landlords deciding to move away from rentals due to not being worthwhile. This in turn could result in the lack of rented properties for lower income families, especially in the Sunderland area. What some landlords may fear is we create a new system of indefinite tenancies by the back door, which would not be a good position to be caught in for landlords. We, as a party, feel the removal of the Section 21 no-fault evictions is a step in the right direction, as long as it is fair for both landlords and tenants. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I feel as though Councillor Dixon has already provided a considered and comprehensive argument which broadly represents my own view. If you will indulge me though, Mr Deputy Mayor, I'd like to, on behalf of all members, express what I feel would be the overwhelming surprise of the full Council at the news that the Liberal Democrats have got their facts just a little bit wrong once again, criticising government for not passing legislation before the conclusion of an entirely reasonable consultation period simply goes to show that the Lib Dems should concentrate on the finer details of their motions as well as the mechanics of legislative drafting. Nevertheless, and in spite of this error, the thrust of the motion is one which I can agree with. Certainly, as someone who has worked with assured short-term tenancy agreements professionally, it is my view that a radical rethink of the current system is much needed in order to balance the rights of landlords and tenants. I would, however, draw colleagues' attention to 2 points in particular if we are to consider the complete overhaul of the Section 21 provision. In the first instance, the suggestion that England should mirror the infinite tenancy model pioneered by Scotland is perhaps worthy of some revision. Indeed, it is my view that such a large-scale rollout will do nothing but deflate an already stagnant housing market in the north of England. Of course, that is not to say that other aspects of the Scottish model are destined to inflict irreparable damage onto the market, but merely that some careful consideration should be applied when drafting a replacement. The other item of note is set forth in general terms within the motion itself, specifically within bullet point 3 of the final paragraph. I can only emphasise that the simplification of the Section 8 rules surrounding so-called fault evictions is desperately needed, and as such a revision will be immeasurably more crucial if we are to bin Section 21. Currently, it takes on average of 145 days for landlords to evict tenants in breach of their agreement. This goes some way to explain why 11% of landlords have utilised Section 21 within the last 5 years. If this simplification is not forthcoming, our already strained court system will be pushed to the brink of collapse through a plethora of legal challenges. That being said, this motion does acknowledge the importance of this simplification, and therefore I'm happy to confirm my support for the motion. Thank you.
I'm sure that applause is for me. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'd like to start by saying that this side of the chamber will be supporting the motion this evening. Section 21 evictions, or no-fault evictions, have been allowed for too long to be practices which should be unpalatable and resigned to the Dickensian era. In April, when the government announced this, I'd hoped that our housing crisis was slowly starting to turn a corner. However, like everything else, Brexit has trumped this announcement and paralysed the actions which is so required by so many renters. The end of Section 21 evictions, sadly, will come too late for many, and perhaps that's what needs to be remembered this evening. That behind every eviction, there is a life story, usually a sorry tale, which tells a deeper, sadder story about society today. The story of a society being failed by austerity and unkindness. Tales of benefit cuts, sanctions, universal credit delays, ill health, bedroom tax and in-work poverty. Labour's John Healey, who was mentioned tonight, has long campaigned for the end of Section 21 evictions, alongside crisis, shelter and generation rent, along with so many others. The next government need to ensure that abolishing Section 21 is a priority, and Councillor Michael Dixon took the words out of my mouth. I think together we should write to the next Prime Minister and ask that this is action number 1 of the next government that comes to power in December. This shouldn't be pushed off down the line any further. This needs to be the priority, and it needs to be the first step in making our society fairer, which is what all parties are calling for at the moment. So I'm happy to restart the campaign alongside our colleagues in the room. Security of tenure should be a norm for renters. It shows again how the private landlords and some of the private rented sector have sadly moved away from the needs of those in their houses in favour of profit. I would say that this motion identifies the need for social housing and also a review of right to buy. It's a terrible and sad indictment that private tenants are being evicted from ex-social housing via Section 21 evictions, when these houses are so desperately needed by families who need affordable and social homes. More needs to be done by the government that's elected in December, and pushing to end Section 21 and revenge evictions and outlawing this practice will be a crucial turning point. With that in mind, I'm delighted that it was agreed this week that Sunderland City Council have now advanced and will become a registered provider of social housing once again. and we seek an investor partner status to allow us to build a better future for so many of our residents. By providing social housing, we will ensure that people are in safe, secure homes and tenancies. As we move on to be a more dynamic, vibrant and healthy city, we must ensure that no one is left behind. Having a roof, a sanctuary, a bedroom, somewhere calm and safe, and of your own, is probably something we all in this chamber take for granted. It's a given that those things will be there for us tonight when we leave this place. For so many, these commonplace things are not something they can call their own. For me, we must not accept this, and this council must take the lead to tackle the part of the housing crisis that we can tackle. Knowing that we can positively influence the lives and prospects of so many via social housing is the very reason why so many of us became councillors, and that's simply to make things better. To me, social housing is only part of the answer to many questions and many worries. For me, this is the opportunity to be bold and to take decisive action against issues such as no-fault evictions. Myself and Councillor Johnson have worked tirelessly since May to work through our housing commitments. And now the Council becoming a registered provider to tackle issues such as Section 21 evictions and provide more and better housing. I want to say that the housing we will provide will not be units. I won't allow that in this council. They are homes. They won't be walls, they'll be havens. And they'll be the key for so many to unlock their potential thanks to their secure tenancies, which will assure our tenants that they are valued in our communities. Everyone deserves a safe and secure home. Everyone should be able to sleep at night without fear of eviction or reporting a repair or because the landlord wants to raise the cost of the rent. So with that in mind, Mr Deputy Mayor, the Labour Group will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'd like to thank all the members who've made very reasonable comments in this motion. It's been a pleasant change from some of our recent debates. I'd certainly like to thank Rebecca Atkinson. I agree wholeheartedly with her comments, actually. I think this is a timely moment to be making a case like this. Obviously, we didn't expect there to be a general election when we were planning this, but I think it's useful to send a message to whoever is going to be in the next government. And on that point, regarding Michael Dixon's suggestion that we withdraw this, I think that assumes that we'd be bringing it back under a Conservative government, whereas I think certainly for ourselves down here in the pit, we're seeking to hold the new Prime Minister Jo Swinson to account when she takes office on the 12th of December. Now, and of course, indeed, rather than withdraw it, surely, Michael, you'd agree the easiest way would be for Graham to adjourn this and reconvene the meeting on Friday the 13th of December, if he so wishes. I did just want to speak very briefly on some of the financial impacts on the council of the current situation and some of the more subtle impacts that haven't been addressed by other members. Martin touched upon the fact that, as did Rebecca, I think, that this is a problem which is likely to affect the most vulnerable ahead of everybody else: single people, elderly people, children and young people, families, disabled people, and certainly people with mental health problems. And another group in our city centre are students who are very often, we have a lot of students in my ward in Millfield, are afraid to complain about landlords that are bullying them or that are dealing unfairly with them regarding their housing provision. And indeed, just speaking to the Students' Union recently, they told us that this is common amongst students they speak to and come to speak to the Student Union, and that amongst students in Sunderland, private landlords have a bad reputation for these sort of no-fault evictions. Now, that troubles me as regarding our reputation as a city to attract students, and I think it's something that we need to address because it has an economic impact in that regard. Obviously, it has a link to people presenting to the council as homeless, which far beyond the incredible crisis that is causing in their life, has a direct financial impact on this council's ability to provide services. It increases the burden likewise on social services and the emergency services by pushing people into crisis. It also has some slightly more subtle impacts in parts of the city centre like Southwick, Hendon, Millfield, Pallion, in that it has an impact on fly tipping. A common problem in parts of the city centre is that residents are kicked out quite frequently and that rubbish is then promptly turfed out into the back lanes by problem landlords. And finally, I just want to close on one of the other more subtle aspects, is a high turnover of residents, especially in the city centre, is not something we should be seeking to encourage and something we should be trying to stop. Firstly, because it's leading to a deterioration in the quality of our housing stock, especially the sort of cottages and all the properties in the city centre. They're having a very high turnover of residents. They're not getting boilers serviced, roof repaired when tenants are pointing them out to landlords. That's a problem. And secondly, it's having impact on neighbourhood cohesion and community resilience. That there are streets in my ward where you have 2 or 3 people who are permanent residents and the rest of the houses are a constant merry-go-round of people moving in and out. That has an impact on everybody. That has an impact on the community. It's something that doesn't really come up in the motion, but it's something that is part of it. And it's a reason that I'd be grateful for unanimous support of this motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Hashwell, do you wish to reply?
I do, Deputy Mayor, to be very, very quick because I'm conscious of time now. First of all, just thank you very much, everybody who contributed. To Councillors Dixon and Doyle, I appreciate it does mention the UK government. I didn't want to put Conservatives in there. It's just to try and keep it apolitical, and I appreciate there was a time constraint. This could have been fixed since 1988, so every party's had plenty of time when we haven't. So there isn't a party political angle on this. In terms of Councillor Buick's mentioning about bigger landlords and making a challenge for them, I completely agree, which is why we're in there. We're trying to really reference the fact that the Section 8 rules need a review. Just on the issue of the Scottish model, I think it does. There are some questions into that, so it is not included in where we talk about what we're resolving to do. It just notes the existence of it. And thank you to Councillor Atkinson's contribution. I do want to mention it's in her department. A special thank you to Gillian Welsh, who provided fantastic amounts of data and suffered me pestering life out throughout August to prepare this. So a great big thanks to her. That'll do. Thank you very much for the support.
Again, councillors, I get the feeling that we agree with this motion. Agreed. Thank you. We move on to deal with
Point of order, Mr Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Sorry.
Under Section 1, Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 12, motions without notice, Section M. Could I move under that rule, Mr Deputy Mayor, that we adjourn the meeting this evening for 15 minutes to allow staff and others to have a break. Councillors have been in and out the chamber for the toilet, for a drink, to have a cigarette. Staff have been in over 3 hours now, so I think it's only fair we give them a 15-minute break. So I've moved that motion, Mr Deputy Mayor. I second that motion, Mr Deputy Mayor.
May I speak briefly to the motion, Deputy Mayor? Can I just clarify whether the Leader or the Deputy Leader intends to adjourn the whole meeting this evening?
At the moment, we're asking if you agree for a 15-minute rest.
I want to speak to that motion.
Yeah, I've just been advised, I've already said, all we're dealing with now is a 15-minute break. Not a problem. Can we take a vote on that?
No.
Agreed? I've decided, we've already agreed, we're going to have a 15-minute break. Thank you. Please be seated. Move on with the agenda. We now deal with the notice of motion, which is on the subject of the independent members of the Port Board, and I call upon Councillor Peter Wood to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The motion reads, this Council regrets the termination on 31st December 2019 of the co-options of the 2 independent members of the Port Board and records its appreciation of their services. It believes the expertise of such members will continue to be required for the successful operation of the port, and it will be proper for an appropriate payment to continue to be made for such expertise. Propose the motion.
Councillor George Smith, would you like to second the motion?
I second the motion, and I wish the motion to speak, please.
Councillor Wood, will you speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The Port Board was established in 2010, its purpose being to run the port. It meets alternate months and has 7 members, 5 councillors, and from the start, 2 independent co-opted members. Until this year, there were 4 Labour and 1 Conservative councillor members. Now it is 3 Labour, 1 Conservative and 1 Liberal Democrat. Technically, Labour no longer has a majority on the board, though as far as I'm aware, there's never been a vote at a board meeting, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The leader or the deputy leader usually chairs the board meetings. The independent members are usually appointed for 12 months, in other words, the full council year, at the May annual council meeting. This year, they were appointed for a fixed term to be determined by the Chief Executive. The independent members have received an allowance, £15,000, since the board was established. The allowance reflects their expertise. One is a respected, experienced local businessman, much involved in city life. The other, an engineer who worked at the Port of Tyne. I wondered at the time of the board's establishment, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in 2010, whether £15,000 was not overgenerous. My view now, after 3 years of board membership, is that they're worth every penny. Their payment is not out of line, for example, with what Nexus paid private sector members of its board. This year, the independent members did not receive their appointment letters until the 6th of September, though they had been appointed in mid-May, and when they did, it advised them their appointment would only be until the 31st of December. Government, in other words the Department for Transport guidance, is that ports should be run commercially and that there is a need for, and it is good practice to have, independent expertise and advice. So far, the Council has followed this guidance, which has most recently been restated in the March 2018 Ports Good Governance Guidance, section 4 of which refers to local authority-owned ports. It states that any harbour management committee or port board should include external appointees who are stakeholder representatives or individuals with valuable skills and experiences. Until earlier this year, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the 2 independent members had frequent dialogue and meetings, for example, twice monthly with the port director. But since then, the meetings have become less frequent and less communicative, as if the director was under instruction to have less contact with them. A good example of the way they have been sidelined is the recently commissioned BNP Paribas report. They were not consulted or asked to contribute to the scope of reference, nor allowed to meet with or offer views to the consultants. Interestingly, the report's key findings, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and the recommendations were exactly as the independent members had previously predicted. Another example of their commitment and contribution is what happened recently when the port was without an engineer for a time. One of the independent members stood in for that member of staff without any payment. It is only when the 31st December departure date came to light and when I began probing the reasons that anything was said about a review of port governance. There's been no discussion at the port board or in council, except perhaps within the Labour group, and indeed the remuneration panel, who have deleted the allowances for independent members of the port board from the council's allowances scheme. Now, yes, I accept, Mr Mayor, the principle that Mr Deputy Mayor, we should review governance from time to time. And yes, I accept that we should refresh membership. But this whole process needs to be transparent, Mr Deputy Mayor. What is happening here is more akin to throwing out the baby with the bathwater behind closed bathroom doors. Whatever the outcome of the review, there will be a period of at least 18 months without any independent members or expertise. And if we are to refresh the Port Board, and I have to say that I found the contributions of the independent members still to be very fresh and relevant, what about other council committees? How long, for example, has the chairman of the remuneration panel been in post? Aren't we overdue a refresh here, Mr Deputy Mayor? Whatever transpires about port governance, there will be a period without independent members' advice. This is a very short-sighted decision on the part of whoever made it, because the director has recently been tasked with revisiting the vision and strategic direction of the port, and then the formulation of a port master plan, and indeed a 3-year business plan, not to mention carrying out an extensive review of the port's infrastructure, all whilst directing and managing the port's day-to-day operation, made all the more difficult, Mr Deputy Mayor, by the recent resignation last month of the port's commercial manager. What a time to lose the advice and experience of 2 distinguished members. Does anyone seriously in this chamber, Mr Deputy Mayor, really think that a council subcommittee could do the job half as well? True, the executive director of city development would be on hand, but 3 heads surely are better than 1. I believe, Mr Deputy Mayor, it is a mistake to sack the Port Board's independent members, and that we should be grateful for their unstinting service over the past 9 years of the board's existence, and say so. I propose the motion, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any amendments? Does anyone wish to speak on the motion? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. I fundamentally oppose the motion. We're in a different place in 2019 to where we were in 2010. I have absolutely no doubt that the independent members have given great service to the city in that time and helped stabilise the port when it was losing money. And there can be no argument with that. However, the port in recent years has made a profit and is a profitably run institution. We have a port director who is taking the port in its current format in the right direction. The city, through its city plan, through the executive director of commercial services, is looking at what we need for the port with a master plan and a business plan for what we do going forward. There is no need, in my view, for us to be paying for 2 independent board members now, though we did need it in the past. And that is why the members' allowances scheme had the termination of the 2 allowances for the 2 independent panel members on the port board put through it, which we've already passed in council this evening. We've already dealt with this matter because of that, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to visit Section 1 of the Council Procedural Rules, Rule 13, Rules of Debate, Section 13.12, Part 2, and because we've already dealt with this through the Members' Allowance Scheme being part of the Cabinet Report, which is accepted, that we put the question straight to the vote now. Mr Deputy Mayor, I don't think there's any need to debate at this point. It's already been made.
I'd second that, Mr Deputy Mayor.
I've been advised, and I agree that I think it has been debated correctly. We should move to the vote if... Yeah. We only need to have a vote if you wish that we want to go to a vote.
Yes.
Do you want to go to a vote?
The Labour Group will be voting against the motion because of the reasons given.
Go straight to vote. We're just checking the documentation, colleagues.
Through you, Mr Deputy Mayor, first of all, there's the procedural question to be considered on whether this matter should be put straight to the vote. So you would ask members, first of all, whether they are happy, whether they would vote on whether the substantive motion should be put straight to the vote. And then if members agree that, the substantive motion will go to the vote.
We're voting against. We're voting to go to a vote.
are 37 votes in favour, 1 abstention and 16 votes against, and therefore the procedural motion is carried. Mr Deputy Mayor, in accordance with the rules of procedure, the mover of the original motion is given a right of reply before that substantive motion is put to the vote.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I'm disappointed that the Council is not going to be allowed to debate this issue. The debate is being truncated in that respect. It seems to me that the leader did not want to answer, in fact, any of the points that have been made, didn't want to deal with the issues. I certainly agree with him that the port's position, finance, has improved since 2010. It was losing money before then. Since then, the tonnage handled has more than doubled and modest profits have been made. And the council has invested £20 million in the port. But it does rather look as if progress is coming to a halt, Mr Deputy Mayor, in that respect. Because the profits have fallen back in recent years and they're continuing to falling back this year. There are months when losses are being made. Now, certainly, if we were to continue with the £15,000 allowances for independent members, that would be a total of £30,000 at the cost that the council would incur. But my view is that would be money well spent. It has been in the past and would continue to be in the future. And it's rather as if the leader of the council knows the price of everything, but quite frankly, the value would be a little. It's that sort of situation. Government advice is, and it's advice that this council accepted under the leadership of yourself and Councillor Watson, Mr Deputy Mayor, that independent expertise is very valuable in terms of the running of the port. And I question the expertise of any individual member of this council. It certainly does not compare in any respect with the expertise of the two independent members. So it would certainly, in my view, be a very retrograde step not to continue the practice of independent members, albeit, all right, refresh, go out to advert for 2 new ones, for example. But the principle of independent expertise and advice, in my mind, can't be faulted. So I would urge members to support the motion of Mr Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much.
Now, members, we will go to the vote on the motion.
Mr Deputy Mayor, there are 20 votes in favour, 1 abstention and 32 votes against, and therefore the motion is defeated.
Thank you. We now deal with the notice of motion entitled Together for Children Failures. Can I call upon Councillor McKeith to read and move the motion?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The motion reads, recent reports and evidence suggest that the quality of operations in some Together for Children departments have not improved since the last full Ofsted inspection. In some areas they have got worse. The Council agrees that the portfolio holder should resign from her position if no clear improvements have been made within 6 months. The portfolio holder is asked to produce a report detailing what she is doing in response to the imminent monitoring letter. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver, do you second the motion?
I second the motion and would like to speak, Mr Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor McKeith, will you speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I would firstly like to say that I am sorry that this has to come to Council. However, the performance of this service is something that we should all be ashamed of. And although, Deputy Mayor, it is evident that some improvements have been made, I'm hopeful a positive inspection should and could come in the near future. It must be said, the decision of this motion is not one that is against the officers or leadership of Together for Children at the moment, but is one against the current portfolio holder. We see that although this portfolio holder did take over the worst performing children's services in the country, and improvements would take time, we are now many years down the line with a possible worse reputation than when she started in her position. Now, I must say that I am expecting to hear words such as austerity and Tories from the incompetent Labour benches opposite Mr Deputy Mayor. However, I have some news for them. In the last 9 years, the Conservative governments have made best of of the disastrous state they were left with after the last Labour government. And it looks like Jeremy Corbyn is using this general election to make sure that definitely was the last Labour government, full stop. It is factual that our neighbours and statistical neighbours have been under the same circumstances as Sunderland, which have achieved ratings such as good. Therefore, the blame lies at the door of the portfolio holder. The only possible way the portfolio holder could stay in her position is, heaven forbid, Jeremy Corbyn gets into number 10 and scraps Ofsted altogether, because then she wouldn't get a rating at all. Although we ask the portfolio holder to resign if no clear improvements are made within 6 months, we also ask that she does not undertake the role her predecessor of the portfolio did as Chair of Scrutiny for Children's Services, as we wouldn't want to see a second failing service portfolio holder scrutinising her own failures. We ask that this comes after 6 months, as we would like to see what results come of the next couple of monitoring visit letters. And although the decision for her to leave her position is not up to us, can I please make it clear that if she is failing now, and if no clear improvements have been brought forward in the monitoring report given by Ofsted, she must think about her legacy and leave with dignity. I therefore propose this motion and urge all members to support it in an effort to redirect this failing service with new leadership. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Are there any amendments? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Councillor Francis, Councillor Williams, Councillor Brown, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Haswell, Councillor Oliver.
So, Mr Deputy Mayor, the list of speakers is Councillor Francis, Williams, Mann, MacDonagh, Haswell, Councillor Oliver's reserved the right to speak, and Councillor McKeith has the right of reply.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. In common with Councillor McKeith, it gives me no sense of satisfaction to speak to this motion, as it draws attention to the lack of support this city has been able to offer to some of its most vulnerable residents. In broad terms, there has been insufficient improvement in Sunderland's children's services since it was identified as being the worst in England some 4 years ago. Most of my life has been spent working with young people, and for many years I was a family court magistrate, all of which has given me many insights into their lives and the problems that they sometimes have to be helped to overcome. Of one thing I am certain, that the root cause of many a young person's problems does not lie with frontline social workers, children's departments or schools. The root cause lies elsewhere. We will hear that the failure of Sunderland's children's services is due to the Conservative response to the financial collapse in 2013. A spurious argument. For if this was the case, then every one of our economic neighbours, indeed every children's department in the country, should be in the same situation as us. Clearly, this is not the case. Our economic and statistical neighbours have children's departments rated as outstanding. And these are the same neighbours who have similar social problems to those found in parts of Sunderland. So something must be very wrong in our city. A recent Ofsted letter repeatedly drew attention to the failures of management in TFC. A letter, I'm sad to say, which officers did all they could to pressure me in not to make reference to when the portfolio holder met the Children's Scrutiny Committee. I am pleased to say that the members present made no such attempt, and of course, I made good use of its content. We must face up to the most unpleasant fact that there continues to be no significant improvement in TFC's standards of performance. And since Ofsted have drawn attention to the continuing management failures, it is they, including the portfolio holder, and not the frontline staff, who must be held responsible. I believe that we should give the portfolio holder, along with the senior management, one more time to prove their worth to the residents they are here to serve. So I support this motion.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Right, obviously I oppose this motion and I'm going to tell you why. No one is more concerned than Councillor Farthing and members on this side about slow progress, which is highlighted in the Ofsted monitoring letter. We must, however, note that the service is under the direction of the Tory Children's Minister. Incidentally, the fifth, I believe, since Councillor Farthing took over the portfolio. Are the opposition intending to criticise their own minister and demand his resignation? It was at the insistence of the Commissioner, Nick Whitfield, who was appointed by Edward Timpson, the first in line of those 5 ministers. Remember that. Nick Whitfield insisted that an independent children's services company be set up with an independent board whose chair reports directly to the Minister. We have no role in that. That takes no account of the fact that the company is fully owned by the City Council, but we're not a full partner, and our primary role seems to be to pay the bills and have an oversee. But also the other bit is we get the flack for implementing Tory policy when things go wrong. How fair is that? So, we appointed DCS pretty quickly, Alex Hopkins, and due to a prolonged sickness absence, he resigned. Took about 6 months. That independent chair took the decision not to use an experienced DCS as an interim following that sickness, and to use one of the non-executive directors as a hands-on finance lead following the departure of the former finance minister. I would suggest that's a direct conflict, which the minister allowed. I'm the chair of a MAT, and the DFE are pushing very hard to limit my involvement in all levels because I have a conflict, they keep insisting, and I have a pressure, they say, to bring to bear on the workings of the MAT that I'm part of. Is that fair? I have very honourable intentions towards the MAT that I chair, and I wouldn't do anything that would discredit either that MAT or have an impact on the children in the school. So it's all right if you're an independent chair, you can have as many conflicts as you like, but I can't. That said, it's in no way critical of the individuals who have worked within the service, but it is critical of the refusal to bring in expert leadership at a crucial time when the company was in first year of activity. This resulted in a natural reduction of the speed of improvement. We do need strong, permanent leadership to move forward. Should that be strong and stable? Weak and wobbly? Which one are we going to have? Anyway, anyone taking a caretaker role does not make forward planning strategic decisions. That isn't their role. The next person, the permanent appointment, makes those decisions. So please look at the role of your ministers and the unilateral decision making by the appointed chair. A couple of people tonight have mentioned the value for money audit report, and if you look at the history, this is why it is taking us so long to get to the point of being able to see some real green shoots. Recently, TFC have managed to fully recruit permanent managers to its senior leadership posts within the area of children's safeguarding. This is the first time since 2015. There are still some gaps in the child protection teams, but across the region there is a shortage of experienced social workers. If perhaps the opposition would like to answer how we could overcome that barrier, we would welcome their suggestions. TFC is now being regarded as an attractive employer. In reality, would you come and work for a company who had just been established with no leaders in place to drive forward? What's that going to do for you as a career? What's that going to do for your opportunity of making an impact? Some of the success of staff settling and feeling more comfortable now is that the interim staff are now at 12%, when last year it was as high as 45%. You know, staff need to be happy with their working terms and conditions. So if we look at the latest monitoring visit letter, the inspectors did note that there have been some improvements in the management of the public law outline and care proceedings. There are delays within the court system, which is out of the control of both TFC or ourselves. Some of the legal support staff within the company have had illnesses, and interim support has been recruited to try and move that forward. When the inspectors visited, they saw no cases of children at immediate risk of harm during their visit. In other words, children are safe, or as safe as they can be from today to tomorrow. You cannot predict what's going to happen. In some cases, you always have something awful could happen tonight that does put a child at serious risk, but it isn't planned for. The reference to section 20 within the letter relates to historic cases which are being reviewed. It's also local court practice in this area to direct children to be accommodated rather than provide for child arrangement order. Again, that's out of the control or influence of either the council or TFC. The report acknowledges the new audit processes have been introduced. The practice manual, which TFC have pulled together for all staff, will provide that consistency and feedback following audits, and the audit management team has been strengthened to ensure that audits are robust and reliable. If Ofsted come in and look at a file from 5 or 6 years ago, yes, they will find issues. If they look at one over recent times, that won't be the case. So, just to quote them in the letter, it's pleasing to note that all social workers and managers who met the inspectors reported that Sunderland is an improving place to work. The staff reported they have confidence in senior managers and in their commitment to continue making improvements in children's social care. Family support workers have been recruited to support social workers in carrying out non-statutory duties. Remember, the statutory duties are still being carried out by qualified social workers. Caseloads have decreased and are more manageable. So we have had problems with other agencies across the city. They are becoming, you may recall, not the last monitoring letter, but the previous one, there was some criticism of the police. We are finding partners are becoming more engaged and supportive in the work of children's services. If you look at the letter again, people, you'll see there are positives in there. It seems to me that we are on the road to a positive Ofsted, given time and given the right support, keeping the staffing structure stable, keeping the management structure stable. We will get there. This must be seen in the context of your Tory government's austerity programme, which has put unnecessary stress on families, leading to a higher need for services to support vulnerable children. If we just think this government has taken on more debt than the previous Labour government, and the economy is growing at more or less the same rate as it was when we left office. So what are you borrowing the money for? What are you spending it on? I'm sure Councillor Farthing would be more than happy to attend scrutiny, as evidenced by Councillor Francis there. And even more so, if you want to come in and talk to her, to me, to both of us, about any concerns you have. And of course, she has that duty to report on any future monitoring visit letters when they come through. There's been a little bit there about, from Councillor McKeith, about not criticising staff, not criticising frontline staff. I'd still urge caution when you're being critical of staff, because they will take that. If we look back to why staff wouldn't come here, it was because they didn't like the environment they were working in. They're working to make our children safe, and to be criticised by councillors isn't really good.
Councillor Williams, if you'd sum up, please.
Move an extension, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Seconded,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry, I understand that an extension to a speech above 10 minutes needs to be given the consent of council.
We've got a proposer and a seconder. Agree? For the extension? Or do you disagree? Agree. Can you have a show of hands quickly? Agree? There you go, Robert. Disagree?
Okay, thank you. On this side of the chamber, we've no intention of criticising our staff, and we are happy to work within whatever setup we have to do to make our children be safe and thrive, demonstrated by the fact that we are working with not the best example of a method of managing children's services. I also feel it quite reprehensible to call for the resignation of a councillor via a notice of motion and debate it in full council. I would ask you to have some dignity. People also keep having digs at Councillor Smith. Again, I think that's reprehensible. Please be dignified. Councillor Oliver has provided incorrect information to the BBC. Shall we call for his resignation through a notice of motion? So, Mr Deputy Mayor, we've listened to the motion presented by Councillor McKeith, and I feel with my comments we've debated it more than enough tonight, this whole section. I think we need to be careful what we're doing in this chamber. We have some workers who are trying to do their very best for our young people, and we need to let them have that opportunity. We shouldn't play this out in public. So, I would move under section 1 of the Council Procedure Rules, Rule 13, replies of debate, section 13.12, part 2, that this question now be put to the vote in this insulting, ridiculous and personal attack on my colleague End. Thank you.
I don't think it's been sufficiently debated. We will carry on with Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Our group supports this motion. In 2015, inadequate ratings across all areas of children's services saw the government impose a Department for Education Commissioner to oversee improvement. It led to responsibility being handed over to the newly created Together for Children Trust in April 2017, where I personally was at the launch. In a BBC report dated February of this year, it was stated by Ofsted that the needs of at-risk children in Sunderland are still not being met, 7 months after a report called for urgent action. In July 2018, inspectors rated children's services in the city as inadequate for the second time in 3 years. This is unacceptable. After a return visit in January, they said a lack of analysis by social workers and poor management oversight remained. Services provider for Together for Children agreed improvements were still needed. The report said the quality of the immediate social work response to children and families when requests are made for support remains inconsistent. Inspectors added there was a lack of analysis by social workers of historical factors. This included cases involving domestic abuse and parental substance misuse, and had resulted in repeat requests for social work assistance as the issues had not been identified and support services had not been provided at the first contact. Ofsted also said improvements were needed in record keeping and information from partnering agencies like Northumbria Police, which sometimes lacked important information. The report said some efforts had been made to act on previous recommendations, but concluded management oversight has not sufficiently addressed the weaknesses in social work practice. Together for Children's Chief Executive stated, "We recognise we still need to make improvements in a range of areas and do have a detailed plan. However, the third monitoring visit made last month acknowledged a series of improvements, particularly in the management of its court work and care proceedings, but said that progress was not fast enough. Inspectors also highlighted continued weakness in management oversight and the quality of social work practice within TFC, which was set up in the wake of the 2015 report to run services for Sunderland City Council. Other concerns included limited capacity in its legal services and insufficient focus on children's permanent homes. It is essential for councils that are subject to intervention to develop a robust improvement plan together with a reporting framework that outlines and evidences improvement against the areas identified by Ofsted and the Department for Education. It is unacceptable that in 2019, 4 years after the initial report, that Together for Children is still in measures. We support the motion that the portfolio holder should stand down if clear improvements have not been made within 6 months. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's with great sadness that I stand here today. Thank you, Councillor Essel. It's quite a serious subject, in fact. One of the main jobs of a council is to protect the most vulnerable people that it serves. It is a statutory responsibility that this council is failing to deliver on. The evidence is damning. The service was first graded as inadequate way back in 2015. At the time, we saw no resignations as a result, no one willing to take responsibility, and a complete laissez-faire attitude to one of the most serious issues that this council has ever seen. Move ahead to the present day, and recent Ofsted reports would suggest that the service has not moved forward. Recent Ofsted reports have criticised the service for a lack of communication, something that was outlined in the 2015 report. Serious safeguarding issues, something that was outlined in the 2015 report. And a general lack of sound management, once again something which was outlined in the 2015 report. The service sits with a deficit of £8 million. It has seen significant investment by the taxpayers of this city, but with no real improvement. Clearly, funding is not the only issue, but a lack of effective management and oversight. The most vulnerable children in our city cannot wait any longer for this mess to be sorted out, because the consequences could be potentially fatal. Victoria Clombier, Baby Peter Connolly, Daniel Pelka, Aisha Ali, Kyra Ishak, Aisha Jane Smith, Ellie Butler. These are names of children brutally murdered following appalling episodes of neglect and abuse which were missed by failing children's services departments. We simply cannot risk more names being added to that list because of failures in our city and the inability to improve this highly unacceptable situation. The responsibility for this failure must, at least partly, fall at the door of the cabinet member responsible. Their responsibility is about more than photo opportunities and coffee mornings. You have a duty to the most vulnerable people in this city. Duty is a word that isn't used very much in this chamber nowadays, but so far the cabinet member has completely failed in that duty to some of the most vulnerable children in Sunderland, and it is simply not good enough. Add to this the reports that Together for Children recently attempted to stifle yet another damning letter from Ofsted for fear that it may harm their reputation. That is a disgrace. Instead of being open and transparent, it appears that we are simply trying to put reputation above child safety, and that is simply unforgivable. Dr. Lucy Delap, a leading child safety expert, states, historical research has shown that there are clear patterns to cases of safeguarding failure. They typically occur in organisations where institutional checks and balances are not in place, or where institutional reputation is placed ahead of the well-being and safety of our children. Things must change before it's too late. The children of our city cannot wait. We have a job to do as a council, and the cabinet member has a job to do, and I suggest that they begin to do it. We must manage this situation and improve it urgently. The people of this city are paying you to do a job, and opposition councillors will not stand idly by whilst the most vulnerable in our city continue to be let down. We're watching. The city is watching. And we demand, it may be funny to you, Councillor Miller, but this is a serious issue. This is the most vulnerable children in our city. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was, Councillor Miller. It is not good enough.
It was not, so I apologise. Yes, when I went to carry on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, I do apologise. We are watching and the city is watching. We need action now. To do nothing and to blame other people. We can't go on like this. Do your job, because children's lives could be at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Liberal Dem Group at varying times has been consistent about our scrutiny and challenging of the children's services and performance together for children. So I'm not going to add a great deal this evening. I'm just going to say that when progress has been made, we've often praise and recognition. And likewise, when progress stalls and things start to go backwards, someone must be held accountable. So with that in mind, our group will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Lover, you have the right to reply.
Can I first of all congratulate Councillor McKeith on his maiden motion, which he presented very, very ably, and I know he's very genuine about his concerns about this issue, and absolutely correct to bring it to the council chamber. There are people saying, well, we shouldn't discuss it here. Well, knock the building down then. This is where it should be discussed, and it's the councillors who are ultimately in charge of the city. And there's one word that the Labour group doesn't like, and that's responsibility. We've got Councillor Williams, at least she's put her head above the parapet. Others are quiet or absent. But they have to take responsibility for this. It's a Labour council. Now, some of the arguments we've had from the Labour group have been already challenged from this side. I'd like to say that again myself because it's important. When it failed, Durham was outstanding with the same funding formula. So it is rubbish to suggest that this is about the cuts. It wasn't about the cuts then, and it's not about the cuts today, because the effect of the cuts is the same for all the councils. So why today, 9 years into a Tory government, is Gateshead better than Sunderland? Is Durham better than Sunderland? Why is that? What is the answer? We'll never get an answer from them. Some members have referred to the media manipulation reports on that, and that is deeply disturbing. And I was told by the BBC that the 3 Labour MPs declined interviews. They can never keep their gob shut when it's something to criticise us. They never, Sharon Hodgson never, ever, ever misses an opportunity to criticise my party, but she declined an opportunity to speak on the failure of Together for Children, because I know that because the director of BBC in Newcastle rang me up and told me. And that's disgraceful. Take responsibility. What would happen, of course, if it was the other way around? If it was a Tory council letting down the most vulnerable children in its area? What would you all do? What would all your MPs do? Would you say, oh no, we're not going to attack them in the council chamber, we're just going to leave them alone? I can just imagine how vicious some, not all, some of the Labour members in this city would be if they had an opportunity to attack us if it were the other way around. It is, Mr. Deputy Mayor, fair criticism. Now, Councillor Williams, to be fair, made a good stab of defending the portfolio holder, and I must say, I think we should respect her for that, but there are a number of points I disagreed with. The model Councillor Paul Watson and the Labour Council at the time agreed to the model. They agreed to it. It was discussed, and that is what, in the end, was accepted. So you cannot, therefore, say we don't agree with the model these years later. It is, of course, wholly owned by the council. It's the council that sets the budget for it, and we've seen how much this is costing the taxpayer. It is the council who makes the appointments to it. The council does have representation on the board as well, and it's the council that scrutinises the performance of Together for Children. So the council has to take... Yeah, of course.
Thank you. You did say there were it's council staff who are on the board. There are no councillors on the board, which is a gap between the accountability between that. We are not, none of us in here are part of that board. Thank you.
Okay, I accept that point, but Louise Farthing is still the portfolio holder for children's services in the city, and the council made appointments to the board. I accept the finer point on that. Savings are also not being made that should have been made in Together for Children, and that again is costing the council dear. The points have been made very, very ably by a number of speakers, but there was one last point I wanted to make. You said that the police were criticised in the original report and in the last report. That is absolutely true. Northumbria Police have been criticised twice. It's not a personal attack on them. No one, Councillor McKeith, I must say, did not make any personal attacks on any members of staff. But aiming it at the portfolio holder is absolutely correct. But Northumbria Police have been criticised twice. And what has got better since the original report? What has got better? And what are we doing about it? We've got a Police and Crime Commissioner, two of them, both from the Labour Party. When they came in, Northumbria Police was rated good, now it's rated it requires improvement. So they have to take responsibility. What are we doing to lobby the Police and Crime Commissioner to make sure the Northumbria Police gives good service to safeguarding in the city, rather than going around raising money for the Labour Party and turning up to Labour Party coffee mornings and that sort of thing, actually doing the proper job of the Police and Crime Commissioner. Kim McGuinness requires improvement. Durham, also Labour to be fair, outstanding. Why is that? Why, if you live in Pulteney Spring, have you got police force that requires improvement, and you live at East Rainton, you've got a police force that's outstanding? Why is that? Is it Tory cuts? That's what they want to say. Oh, it's because we haven't got so many policemen. But Durham has the same funding formula. Durham has the same cuts. Actually, I'm finished. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Councillor McKeith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just a few comments. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Councillor Mann and Councillor Haswell, for their words. However, it seems Labour have done it again. They avoid scrutiny. They sit in the council chamber and say that what they've failed at can't be debated here because they just can't avoid it. So then they're trying to pass a motion to skip all the debate, which doesn't seem right. But just a few things on what Councillor Williams said. She said that the council don't have a role in Together for Children, and we just oversee it, and we don't have much or any control over it. So why is it that her portfolio gets the same as everyone else when, as you said, you don't have much to do?
Well done.
It just seems that it's Labour and Sunderland at it again, trying to avert the question. So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I hope everyone supports this motion.
Right, colleagues, we'll move to the vote.
Big shout of shame, do you follow? Big shout of shame.
Mr Deputy Mayor. There are 19 votes in favour, no abstentions, 34 votes against, and therefore the motion is defeated.
Shame, shame, shame.
We move on, colleagues. We now deal with the notice of motion. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor.
Can I just note that my buttons is not working either, so it won't be registered. I was against that. Thank you.
Shame again, shame again.
21.
Said, we'll now move on to deal with the notice of motion which is on the subject of a register of political
Point of order, Mr Mayor, under section 1, Council Procedure Rules, Rule 11, motion on notice, section 11.3, the scope of the motion. Mr Deputy Mayor, I seek your advice on this because I've got some serious concerns over this notice of motion as it's written.
That you have.
Mr Deputy Mayor, there is already a number of statutory provisions regarding the political restricted posts here at the Council. I've also got to know that the specific restrictions placed on the holder of such a post. For example, they must not act as an election agent or be an officer of a political party or a branch party. The government, in fact, has imposed these specific restrictions on the holders of such posts by legislation. Mr Deputy Mayor, if the government hasn't thought it necessary to go further than that, why should individual councils impose additional requirements, particularly in the view of human rights, data protection and contractual implications? Mr Deputy Mayor, I seek advice from yourself and from the legal officer that relevant human rights implications to consider include a right to a private life and the right to freedom of thought and belief. I've also got serious concerns if this is debated and approved tonight, Mr Deputy Mayor, that under the General Data Protection Regulations, information related to political beliefs is a special category data which needs more protection because it is sensitive. In order to lawfully process special category data, a lawful basis under Article 6 of the GDPR must be identified, as well as a separate condition for processing under Article 9. Mr Deputy Mayor, this would require careful and proper consideration and assessment to form a clear view. However, it is unlikely that necessity to process such information regarding officers could be demonstrated, in my opinion, Mr Deputy Mayor, nor is it likely that this would be considered to be a proportionate approach. Officers have entered, Mr Deputy Mayor, into employment contracts with the Council without any requirements to disclose their political affiliation. Imposition of such a requirement would most likely require a change in their contract of employment. Also, Mr Mayor, if this is approved, there's serious concern that those in politically restricted posts are not actively campaigning, holding an office within a political party, sitting on a party campaign committee. Why should it matter that they are ordinary members of a political party? To have such information in the public arena may well affect the way in which a senior officer is treated by elected members of a different political persuasion and impact on their ability to carry out their role in an unbiased and professional manner. It may also, I'm concerned, Mr Deputy Mayor, adversely affect any future job application to an authority controlled by a different political party than that in which the officer is affiliated. So I'd seek your advice, Mr Deputy Mayor, on the appropriateness for the Council to debate this matter, given the serious implications around contracts of employment, around GDPR, and the fact that it is just student politics of its worst kind. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Winifred,
Thank you, colleagues. I've come to the view that this would be unlawful to debate. There will be no further discussion on it. We'll move on to the next item.
Point of order, Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I did say there will be no more discussion on this. That is the final.
Point of order.
No more discussion.
No more discussion, Councillor. I'm sorry, Councillor. Councillor, there will be no more discussion. If you want to discuss this, take it outside with the relevant officers and people.
Deputy Mayor, I would like to point of order in relation to Section 4, the rules of procedure of the meeting. I'd just like some clarification from the officers regarding motions. I'm completely behind what's happened here, but I don't understand. Now, I understand that when motions are submitted to the council, the government services team and the mayor's office decides which motions go on the agenda for discussion. And surely that would be the point at which a motion should be rejected, and not in this council chamber.
I think the Deputy Leader gave a full and frank report on his feelings, and I agree with him. And there will be no debate on this item. We are moving on to reports. So the next item tonight in reports, which includes a report of the Leader on special urgency decisions regarding Councillor, which are decisions regarding which there is a supplementary report together with a report on the appointments. We'll take these in turn, starting with the Leader's report on special urgency decisions. So, Leader, would you please move the report and the supplementary report?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Mayor. There has been one use of special urgency decision, which is fully laid out on the supplementary report that everybody should have in front of them.
I second the report, Mr Deputy Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Council agree to receive the report? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Mori? No. Next, we'll deal with the report of appointments. Leader, can I ask you to move that report?
Deputy Mayor, I so move the report as laid out.
Deputy Leader,
I
you
second the report,
report?
Mr Deputy Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, it's...
Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Councillor Oliver.
Question, if I may, Mr Deputy.
Yeah, question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. On the appointment of Together for Children, could the Leader of the Council give some detail as to why one member has resigned from the board, because it does not say so in the report?
I don't have that detail, Councillor Oliver. I'll ask Councillor Farthing when she's back from the Adults and Children's Services Conference that she's at in Bournemouth, meeting with government to give that response to you. She'll have the detail. I don't have it to hand.
So, colleagues, is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. That concludes the meeting.